not anybody.
All right. Let's see here. Welcome in, Leo. I'm not doing too bad. How are we today? Hold on. I'm gonna go grab a napkin. Welcome in, everybody. Like my new webcam? I can even get up and address you. Hello. So, when you guys donate and I write your guys' name on the wall, you'll be able to see me get up and write it down, right? So I can go over here. Woo! Woo! Right? Good camera. I'm sorry to hear that, Leo. God bless you, bro, and my condolences to you. I don't know what to say about that. To be honest, I just hope that I hope that you can be okay. I know it's not gonna be okay, because it's your mom, but I hope that everything goes well for you. I hope you can grieve in peace, and hopefully, everything goes okay for you. I'm sorry to hear that. My condolences. God bless you, brother. This new camera though is awesome, but God bless you, Leo. Welcome to the family. So today we're gonna go over Candace Owens' stream from yesterday. I was gonna go over it last night. I had previously streamed for like 4 hours, 5 hours before I caught the tail end of her stream, and I was just too tired. Just way too tired, you guys. Just insanely tired. So I had a headache, couldn't do it, got off. We're just gonna do it today. I hope you're doing all right, Leo. Just know that you're welcome in this channel. There's no negativity in this channel, so hopefully hopefully I can give you at least a decent time watching me or whatever. But I hope you're doing all right, brother. God bless you. I couldn't imagine what it's like if I lost my mom. My dad passed away when I was 9, and it's just me and my mom living together ever since. I can't bring myself to leave her because we've just been best friends ever since. When my dad died at 9, I was the man of the house, so she's so used to me being the man of the house, taking care of everything, that I just could never envision myself leaving her. So, but thank you for the subscription, man. Welcome to the family. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get on to this Candace Owen stream. Then we're gonna get into some news about the EBT. Everybody, be careful. Make sure you guys double tap your screens, run up the likes. But everybody, be careful. Everybody needs to be careful, and yeah, everybody just needs to be careful. Stock up on food. Sorry, I had to fix my cam. But stock up on food. Get your stuff done. Be careful everywhere you're going. I literally just seen a woman say that we need to watch this. Well, let's just. I don't even know if I can show it on YouTube, so I may as well not even try. But this girl right here is saying that, oh, you white girls were clutching your purses before. Well, now's the time to start clutching them. And yesterday when I was live, I had people calling me an idiot because I was saying that there was people out there calling for violence, and there was people out there saying these things, and people were telling me I'm an idiot. I'm a bigot. I'm a fascist. It's 9:17. You guys have me for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. 6.5 hours. You guys got me. But Candace Owens went over things yesterday. Dropped some more bombshells. It was pretty interesting. I caught the tail end of it. Tried reviewing it last night, but I just had too big of a headache. It is what it is. But yesterday was interesting. I got told that I'm a waste of life. I got told that I should just unalive myself. So yeah, it was an interesting stream yesterday, but that stuff don't bug me, of course. How's my sound? Is it my sound good? Yeah, my sound's doing good. All right. Just making sure. I appreciate that, Leo. But yeah, let's get into it. We're gonna start going in this stream a little bit, reviewing what she has to say, and we'll go over it. Hopefully today I can catch her stream. If not, we'll catch it after. But I'm gonna try and catch her stream while she's live today as well. So hopefully you guys got me for about 8 to 9 hours. But I also gotta get my kids from school at 3:30. So they do have after school programs, so I can leave them there longer. I just don't like that because I'm a single dad. I like being with my kids as much as I can. I have separation anxiety when I'm away from them. So
A lot of things actually were happening in April of 2018. But of course, hindsight is 2020. And I'm going to share some things with you. I don't know what everything means, but I know that it means something. Back when I did my initial tribute video to Charlie, some people took issues theologically when I...
And I'm just going to put a super chat goal up. We'll do 10 super chats, $5 and higher, and we'll do it for 3 hours. And then you get your name written on the donor wall, but I want to answer questions. Oops. All right. Thank you, Leo. Again, my condolences. Have a good day. Love you too, brother. Welcome to the family. I hope to see you back soon.
I said that the day that Kanye West tweeted, "I love the way Candace Owens thinks," Charlie and I freaked out because we were convinced that we had somehow manifested that. I'm aware, I've received tons of emails. This goes against Christian doctrine. This was 2018. I was not a Catholic, and I think it's important to discuss that and why we...
My volume's down, my mic volume? It shouldn't be. How's that? How's that? I just took my nitric acid for my heart. But what's up? How's that? Put a 10 in, or put a 1 in the chat if it's good. Let me check on my computer. I think it sounds good on my PC. I turned up my volume here. Let me go to my... I'll go to Streamlabs real quick and turn it up. It's all the way up. It shows that my stuff's good, so we'll deal with it if it gets worse. But we should be good for now. You should be able to hear me like this just fine.
We thought we manifested that because it is extremely relevant to what took place thereafter. I have to explain that moment to you.
But anyone that is new to the stream, welcome to the family. God bless you guys. Jesus is King. It is Wednesday. 2 more days to Halloween. My daughters are so excited. My oldest is going to be Wednesday. My younger is going to be, I don't know how to call it, like a princess with wings, I guess. It is what it is. But I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. God bless everybody. Jesus is King. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, join the family, double tap that screen. You guys got me for a while today, so show some love and support. And yeah.
Showed you yesterday, Charlie was having a lot of vivid dreams that he said he had throughout his entire life, that he was going to die in a really tragic, quick way. But especially in April, he was having vivid dreams that something big was about to happen. This is in the weeks leading up to the tweet, okay? Full stop. Charlie knew, and I felt that we were on the brink of something big. Okay, you have to remember, we were young. I'm a lot older than Charlie. Was Charlie 24 at the time? Maybe even 23 years old at the time. And we were doing the Fox News gambit, every show on Fox News. But I was really just focused on BLM, Black Lives Matter. I felt they were lying to Black Americans and it was going to harm us. Neither one of us was very well known at this time. We had just kind of gotten together the November before. And it is just a fact that we were listening to Kanye West music every day. I mean, literally every day, especially the song Power, okay? I was telling Charlie explicitly, we have to get to Kanye West. I can tell by his music. This is what I'm saying to Charlie. I know these lyrics inside and out. This person does not want to be a part of the system. If we can get to Kanye, I think he'll join my Blexit movement. I've got to wake up Black Americans to this scam that they're using our race to control our emotions, which now to me seems so molecular because I see how much bigger the issue is. But I just knew that Kanye West was not a part of the simulation, so to speak, and that the song Power, as Kanye said, is a battle cry to be yourself because of the lyrics. And I have this old text that I'm going to show you from Charlie. This is April 13th, 2018. This is what I said to him, just so you can kind of get the vibe of what was going on. I said, yo, Kanye West writing a philosophy book called Break the Simulation. We need him, Charlie. He is Blexit AF. And Charlie wrote back, I love Kanye. He's my soul brother. I will find a way to him. I promise we have to. It's crazy to look at that and realize that he's about to tweet me. So there was this incredible buildup and we felt this palpable energy, a shifting almost that we kept discussing in all the messages. We're like, something's happening in April. Something's happening. And then on April 16th, Mike Cernovich, you might be familiar with him, he does this series of tweets, having not spoken to me or Charlie about how we were feeling, saying that he was speaking to a lot of his friends who could feel that there was some sort of an energy shift happening. So you imagine, we're like, what? There is something definitely happening here. How could Mike Cernovich randomly be tweeting this series of tweets? It shocked me. So I sent those tweets to Charlie. I'm going to show you that now. These are from Mike Cernovich. He has since deleted these tweets, but you can ask him. He wrote, a change in energy. This is Mike Cernovich. A change in energy which stuns high consciousness people does not mean bad. It simply means that it's cosmic. A paradigm is shifting. Something is happening and that people get angry at me. shows the shift. Why care? The energy manifests itself in different ways. He goes on to say several high consciousness people I've spoken to independently told me about feeling a shift in energy. Something is going on.
Who feels shifts in energy in the chat? I feel it all the time. I feel it all the time. Oh, every time I put my hand up now, my camera's gonna pick up on the movement. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely real. So I always feel energy shifts. Especially before my son passed away, I had this just overwhelming feeling of like, God, something's gonna happen, but I don't know what it is, and I know it's not good, but I don't know what it is. So I was just like hugging my family closer, loving my family, and just kind of praying. And then all of a sudden that happened, and it was like, yeah. Ever since then, I've just firmly believed in. I believed energy before. I believed in feeling energy change before, but I definitely after that, I know that all this stuff is real. We definitely live in like a multi-dimensional universe with different energies, and you can definitely feel it coming in and out in different times and pause. But yeah,
On. It happened 2 to 3 weeks ago. I'm not talking politics or
I'm
elections.
gonna fill my coffee again real quick. Oh my lord. You know, I promised myself today that I wasn't gonna sit here and give any sort of energy to the haters. But if you're saying enough with Charlie Kirk, like after he just got assassinated, like that is crazy, bro. That is insane. I'll be right back. We're gonna continue. All right, my bad, guys. I just wanted to switch into a tank top. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support. Let's try and get to 20 likes right off rip. Let's continue to go over this, and we'll continue to commentate over it. I just wanted to switch to a tank top because I am hot.
It's much bigger. Energy shift. I saw this and I obviously screenshot it. I sent it.
Kimberly, I agree. It'll never be enough for Charlie Kirk because how can we just move on when he was assassinated and there's so much questions? And that's the crazy thing is people will say, move on. Just move on, guys. Just move on. Come on, camera. Pick up my hand. Thank you. Now it'll move around, right? There we go. I love my new webcam.
I sent the tweets to, or not screenshot, I just sent the tweets to Charlie. And I said, Charlie, what the F? I had a bad potty mouth in 2018. Going through these tweets, I realized that I don't swear nearly as much or at all anymore. And then Charlie said, yup, we felt it too. Remember, I told you the dreams got darker. Again, I'm painting a picture here of what was going on. We're going to get deeper here on what transpired. On the eve before Kanye West tweeted us, again, we are still in April. This is April 20th, the evening before Kanye West tweets me. Charlie messages me and he says, I'm on a run and I'm blasting Kanye West and we're on the brink of something big and like this is our time. Let me show you that tweet. Night before. I'm listening to Kanye and just running my streets. Are you ready for the war that's coming? We're going to fight. We're going to win. They will lose. I said, so exciting.
Exactly, Kimberly. Christ is king. God bless everybody. Jesus is king. Amen.
It's our time. He said, yes. And then the next morning, as you can see, I woke up to news of the tweets and I said, please pick up because I was shaking. And then Charlie wrote back and said, I am freaking the F out. When I said to you guys, you had to be there, we were certain we had manifested. It was kind of freaky. That's the right word. We were freaking out going, how is this real? How did we know what is happening right now in the world? And yeah, Kanye sent this now infamous tweet. I love the way Candace Owens thinks. I want you to know this. Everything for Charlie and I changed in a blink of an eye in that moment. And retrospectively, it would never be the same again. It was indeed a paradigm shift. I mentioned to you guys yesterday that I remember that we both watched Scott Adams. I did not know who he was at this time. Again, I was very green and I'm not an overtly political person. So I didn't know who Scott Adams was, but I remember vividly watching him draw on a board and explain to his very many
family,
followers
Kimberly, and everybody else that's new to the
that
channel.
something much bigger had taken place and that people needed to pay attention to this tweet for almost cosmic reasons. Let's take a listen to what Scott Adams said on that day.
What did he tweet? He tweeted, I like the way Candace Owens thinks.
This part's funny.
7 words. And he ripped a hole in reality with 7 words. Because Kanye is supposed to be over here. And Candace is supposed to be over here. And they're not ever supposed to say the other one said something, right? All right? That's not supposed to happen. But Kanye did it anyway. Kanye knows history doesn't repeat. He's not a prisoner of the mind. He knows that the problem is not the solution. Whatever you want to say about Kanye's politics, and I don't even know what his preferred politics would be. I'm not even sure what party he would run for it if he ran for president at this point. Whatever else you want to say about him, and I don't know enough about his actual, management skills or political ability, but he did something that you could rarely see. He actually just altered reality. He just made the entire conservative Twitter sphere just go something like this.
And it's crazy how one person can change the course of everything, right? One little thing. It's kind of like when they used to say, when you go back in time, if you time travel and you go back in time, do not even kill a butterfly because it'll change the world. And it's true with today. I mean, every action has a reaction, and let's keep listening.
Like your head just went, what did I just see?
Cynthia,
did I really
see have
this?
Kind of read into it. Not
Now
much
forget
so.
about, which of these views you like the best. That's not even the story. Forget about whether you think Candace has everything right or everything wrong. That's not the story.
First of all, before I keep going, TPUSA, I need my hat, bro. It's been 8 weeks since I gave a donation. You said my hat would be here by now. And I'm not giving another donation, by the way, because you guys seem way too sketchy. I was telling my mom last night because she donated too. I was like, yeah, I was like, I'm glad we donated after Charlie passed because, you know, to me, it felt like the right thing to do. I wanted to help his movement, but now it really seems like they don't need any more of our money because they're the ones who seem sketch, and I'm not going to donate to a sketch place. But I just had to say, TPUSA, I need my hat, bro.
The story is that these two people that shouldn't be in the same conversation, in 7 words, Kanye just changed that. And he just freed a lot of people from a mental prison. Kanye, in 7 words, unlocked a mental prison and is bringing you to the golden age.
I look back on that and I find that clip to be really fascinating. And here's what I would tell you that happened thereafter in short order, because it was definitely something. I believe, and I'm saying this retrospectively, that from that moment onward, Charlie and I were assigned handlers. Okay, this is an expression that Kanye used to say, have a handler. I thought that he was just saying that. I thought that he was referring to just Hollywood. I now very much believe that I have had handlers since 2018.
Truth. I'm just gonna call you Truth. Make sure you subscribe, brother. Welcome to the family. No, I have not. I've seen the palm. Like, I'll look it up on my MacBook right here. If you're talking about the theory that it could have been a palm gun, I've heard of it. I've kind of read into it, but I haven't heard of it completely. I'll look into it right now and tell you my thoughts.
And that things were done intentionally to pull me and Charlie apart. Now I'm going to tell you how I remember it in no particular order, okay? I tweeted back at Kanye and I said, please take a meeting with us. And before I could hear directly from Kanye's people, I heard from David Horowitz of the Freedom Center. He's the one that first invited me when I was going viral on YouTube to speak at his conference. You should also know that he is the father to Andreessen Horowitz, the one that Bibi Netanyahu is insisting should, or the stepfather to. He wants Andreessen Horowitz to be a part of this group that buys TikTok because, and this is relevant, they think it's important for warfare, psychological warfare in the future. It's relevant. He was very nice in his message to me, said, oh, my son knows Kanye, and I would like to facilitate that meeting. Suddenly they get Eric Weinstein involved, and he reaches out and he pretends that he wants to be a friend to me. He's a bad person. I can tell you that right away. And I learned that very quickly. But at the time, Charlie and I, we were pro-Israel. That's, I think, kind of relevant. And we were just so amazed by the tweet that we thought all of these people, like this was just our moment, as in they really did just want to help. Another player in this was Rick Rubin. Yeah, the big music industry, Rick Rubin, also got into the mix and wanted to facilitate certain meetings. I took it, again, as a sign of help.
Yeah, the hand pistol thing, I just don't think it's a reality. I'm seeing this like back and forth thing on the video right here. He's going up to his shirt, pulling it up. I just don't think that's reasonable. I would believe more the mic theory than anything else. I believe it could have been the mic. When you see the way his shirt flies, when you see the way his shirt kind of goes up like that, the mic thing. I mean, you guys got to take into consideration the trajectory of his shirt, how the wind's blowing his shirt, things of that nature. Could be a possibility. It is very suspicious. At the moment that the shot goes off, he's going like this. So I mean, there's some sort of substance to it. Oh, I see a video right here where there's like a. I see. There's some sort of. Oh, I see a projectile coming out of his shirt. I definitely do see that. Oh, I'm gonna have to go over this video. Yeah, there's definitely a bullet coming out of his shirt, it looks like. I'm gonna repost it. We'll go over it after this video, okay?
On the Turning Point USA side, Tyler Boyer, who I could do a whole episode on. It's actually, he's more so relevant that I can't fit him into just one episode. He was with the only person that was with.
By the way, how you guys like the new webcam, man? It's awesome. So now when you guys donate and you get your name on the donor wall, it'll follow me when I write it down. You can see it clearly. You can actually see the names behind me pretty clearly too. I just gotta kind of, you know. Why would I get demonetized for? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. I just got remonetized. I was already demonetized once, but I don't know why I would get demonetized, bro. Like, what? I'm adhering by the YouTube guidelines.
Charlie before. He introduced him to every person that Charlie knows. He starts hiring a bunch of people, telling Charlie that we need to hire bigger and more professional money raisers, PR people like Andrew Colvett, you name it. And it feels like at every moment there were forces that were trying to tell us this is not allowed to happen. Kanye's handlers are telling him, Kanye's got a team of people telling him he's not allowed to be involved in politics. And he's getting angrier and he's getting angrier about that. This is in the time of Kim Kardashian and Kanye. She wanted nothing to do with it, okay? And I've been to their house and political friends are telling Charlie and I, don't get involved with Kanye because he's crazy. You guys are on a trajectory. Don't speak to Kanye. It's going to backfire in your face. And I'm like, no, we dreamed this. We want him to be a part of Blexit. Like, this is exactly what we wanted. At the exact same time, I felt, and you have heard the story very many times, Charlie has told it, I have told it, out of nowhere, I got this spiritual pull that I needed to go to the UK. Charlie and I had no business in the UK at all. There was no reason for us to go to the UK. There was nothing happening in the UK. I have the messages. I'm like, Charlie, we should go to the UK. I don't know why. I'm getting the vibe. We need to go to the UK. We need to go to the UK. We need to go to the UK. Like, we got to go to London. And we did in the future. But first,
bro, truth, I don't know what the heck you're saying, but at this point, I'm just not even gonna engage because I don't get why you're saying I'd be demonetized on this other stuff. I don't understand. So we're just gonna stop with that.
Dealing with this sort of pressure cooker that kept happening between Kanye, me, Charlie. It was in October, after Kanye had helped me to start designing the logo for Blexit, that Kanye's pressure cooker got too hot. And basically, they told him that he would lose everything, his marriage, this, that, if he didn't abstain from politics after he notoriously went to the White House in the MAGA hat. And he needed to distance from us and, of course, Blexit. And he cracked. I mean, you guys remember this headline. I'm taking you back to 2018. Kanye West distances himself from Blexit and Trump. He says, I've been used to spread messages. Kanye never wrote this statement. One of his handlers did, but he said, my eyes are now wide open and I now realize that I've been used to spread messages that I don't believe in. I am distancing myself from politics and completely focusing on being creative. Now, that was not the most honest interpretation of things, and I reflect on it, and I'm so grateful that I called Mike Cernovich and I said, like, why is Kanye doing this? Why is he saying this? I have pictures of him standing over the guy, directing him on what he thought was cool with the logo. Like, should I drop them? And Cernovich gave me really sound advice and said, don't. You have no idea what he's going through. And I'm grateful to Cernovich for that, because I now know what Kanye was going through and what that pressure is like, and when they come for your family and come for everything. And it's like, all you have to do is disavow this or disavow that, and everything will go back to normal. So yeah, Kanye, I totally understand it. It makes perfect sense to me why you had to say that. Anyways, I think I was saved. And I look back and I think I was saved by this weird pull that I had to go to the UK. It was, now I realize, an unexpected anomaly. My husband, how I met him, this unplanned trip on nobody's calendar. Nobody was setting it up. I just like, Charlie, get a meeting with whoever, make anything happen. I need to be in the UK. I just think that like something good will happen if we go to the UK. And it's kind of beautiful that the person that Charlie reached out to and said, can you put together just any place for Candace and I to speak at, was John and Arena Mappin, the lone donors who wrote that beautiful letter that has impacted the world, like true friends of Charlie, who stood up and said that what Turning Point USA is doing is wrong. So yeah, we had an event, and obviously.
By the way, guys, if you guys want to get your name written down on the donor wall, I got the marker right here. Yesterday we had like 6 names written down. A couple of them were written down twice. You can get your name written down as many times as you want. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so make sure you guys hit the 3 dots above my head and copy and paste a link in the description for Streamlabs and donate through there so I get the full amount and get your name written down on the wall. Also, if you go back to one of my past lives and follow my Kick and my Rumble, you'll get your name written down twice as well.
Obviously, I first laid eyes on my husband, and I have told you guys the truth. I looked at him, and everyone's like, why'd you get engaged after 18 days? I have never, it's inexplicable. I looked at him, and I felt like I had already known him, and it felt exactly like seeing a sigh of relief. Like, it felt like a sigh of relief. I was like, I need to go with him. 2 months later, and with that event in London far behind us, so that was in December that I met my husband, that I convinced Charlie, took his credit card and booked the flights. John and Arena made the event happen. 2 months later in February, something really strange happened. Someone, and I believe it was someone at BuzzFeed, cut a clip of a video from the Q&A portion of that UK event. This is, again, over 2 months later. And they stripped the question that was asked of me. You'll remember the scandal. What I'm about to tell you about this is crazy. Again, I was green, so I didn't understand why suddenly they were sharing a clip and they were saying that I was justifying Adolf Hitler killing Jews. A person asked me, Candace, you describe yourself as a nationalist. That is sometimes a dirty term because people don't like the words nationalism. And I answered by saying, well, that's because they wrongly attributed to Adolf Hitler and he wasn't a nationalist. I didn't even mention Jews at all. I'm going to actually show you what I said, and I was standing next to Charlie when I said it, which is relevant. Take a listen.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. In thinking about how it could go bad down the line, I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't. I think that it's okay. It's important to retain your country's identity and to make sure that what's happening here, which I think is incredibly worrisome in terms of the decrease in the birth rate that we're seeing in the UK, is what you kind of want to avoid. So I don't have anything I have no problems with nationalism. It's globalism that I try to avoid.
Nothing's wrong
Now
with
I
what
know
you
that
just
these
said.
online campaigns are inorganic and that what actually happened was this was a hit. This was a hit. They pulled the clip, and then a bunch of people were articles saying that I supported Adolf Hitler, and that I said if Hitler had just wanted to make Germany great again, then okay, fine. That's fine. No context again. And it was like a severe cancel culture attack saying that I supported Jews being killed in the Holocaust. It was insane. Again, Charlie and I were very new, and this was very scary. We were kind of coming upon a high point and going, why do people want to destroy us? We don't know what this is. And at the same time, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and this is, again, another interesting piece of this, issued a statement against my comments. The Simon Wiesenthal Center, we're like the official Holocaust people, and this girl is obviously supporting Hitler. It was heavy. It was so heavy. And I laugh in retrospect because I thought it was all real. I didn't realize this was a matrix of people who wanted to pull me and Charlie apart. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to put pressure on him. So donors would pressure him and be like, hey, she's supporting Hitler. It's such a bad look. And then they would find me broken and scared and upset and going, I don't know how Jewish people could think that I would support Hitler. And that's what I was saying. And this amazing thing happened that despite this, that the hand that came out to me and offered me a job was PragerU. PragerU offered me a job. This is early 2019. And it was like, hey, like, we know that you don't believe these things. And at the time, I thought they were just being friends. I don't know what to think anymore. Marissa Straight, the CEO, has never shied from telling people that she is, in the IDF. She worked intelligence in the IDF, right, in Israel. And I was I took the
Welcome in, Sid. Welcome in. God bless everybody who is new to the channel. I hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. It is almost Friday. Jesus is King. God bless everybody. Hopefully everybody has good energy today and is feeling good and is in good health. Thank you, God, for blessing us with another day on this beautiful earth. Whether it's raining or it's snowing or is sunny, it is a beautiful world to live in. Thank you for blessing us with good health and good family that is also in good health. Thank you so much, Lord. Amen. Sid, welcome in. Welcome in, Rainey. Make sure you guys double tap that screen. Let's try and hit 100 likes right off rip today. Keep running it up. We have a super chat goal. Get your name written down on the donor wall, and I will answer any questions. I'm going to start trying to veer away from reading all the chats because it is just too time consuming and I interrupt the video too much. So super chats will be read, all $5 and above, and you will also get any super chat will get your name written on the donor wall. So, but welcome in, Sid. I hope you're having a fantastic day. God bless you, brother. Love you.
job with them, and Charlie and I still climbed together, but we were also working apart at the same time. We kept doing the campuses and the campus tours, but I was officially working for PragerU. And one of the first things that happened, almost the way it feels to me, was like, we can save you, but here's what you have to do, was Marissa took me to the Simon Wiesenthal Center. And again, I was so grateful. I was like, who do I have to say sorry to so that they know that I don't hate Jews? This is what happened. I'm telling you, this is what happened in 2019. And there was like some chief rabbi looking character, and him and her spoke in Hebrew. I didn't understand a word of what was said in front of me. And then we left and everything was fine. My reputation was restored temporarily. Throughout that time frame thereafter, I'm doing my show. I think my first episode with PragerU was in March. Charlie's still climbing. Turning Point USA, as you know, became a behemoth. I remember speaking at their conferences and saying that they were now running like a military operation. It was so efficient, on time, it was tactical. And I did not realize at that time how prescient that thought would become. Because as you guys know, in my old age, I have grown increasingly interested in genealogy, because you really start to recognize certain patterns when you look into who people's fathers are, who their grandfathers were, who their great-grandfathers were. And the one thing that has shocked me about Charlie and Turning Point USA is just how many military characters were surrounding him. Even in September 10th, people that were in the hospital, right? Let's just take a look at the chart that we have put together. And this is in an early phase, but it's interesting at the very least, okay? We've got Frank Turek. And Frank Turek, if we want to go through this, we got Andrew Colbert, Rob McCoy, Mikey McCoy, Tyler Boyer. Let's start with Frank Turek, if we have that card. And Frank Turek, again, has been honest, former officer in the U.S. Navy. And then he turned to Christian apologetics. He has 2 sons that are in the military, fly planes, as well as one of his son's spouses that's in the military. Again, he's never lied about this. Andrew Colbert, by the way, if you don't know, I didn't know. I don't think Charlie knew. Certainly not when Tyler brought him or when he got hired. His brother, Captain Kurt Colbert, is in the military. His cousin, Captain Robert Colbert, is high up in the military. So that's interesting. Very interesting to me, at least, because I just am.
Hey, Sid, how you like the new webcam, man? New webcam came in. As you can see, it follows me around, which might be to my detriment at some point. Hopefully not. But, yeah, so now when I write your guys' name on the donor wall, you can actually see me get up and write it. So I'm just figuring out how to zoom it. I wish I could know how to zoom it, like. No. But God bless everybody. Much love to everybody. If you're new to the stream, make sure you guys double tap that screen. Let's try and hit 50 likes right off rip. We just need 30 beautiful people to double tap that screen. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Yesterday we ran it up. I appreciate all the donors and new people that are in the family. So yeah. But yeah, this new webcam is awesome, you guys. I love it. It can zoom in. I can adjust it however I want. I'm trying to get the app to get on the computer, but it's not working right now, so we'll figure it out. But alrighty, I'll shut up.
Like, oh, that's kind of something I was not aware of. I thought he was just a PR guy, someone that was working PR and was found, and things, went forward. Obviously, Rob McCoy, another pastor, but a pastor with a very strong military background. Pastor Rob McCoy, his father was the naval captain was a naval captain, Roy Edgar McCoy, but also, and this is kind of shocking, his father was also the assistant chief of staff for psychological warfare in the Navy. Psychological warfare. This is the name of the game. And that trajectory is increasingly interesting to me. I think we have this clip from an investigative journalist named George Webb, who speaks a little bit further about Rob. And obviously, this is Mikey McCoy's family. Take a listen.
McCoy does have this strange military background. He does have this strange.
Yeah, they are, guys, they are all connected in the military. And they're all connected to one organization. I'll let it play and then we'll go over it after.
Seemingly putting his son in there and guiding the hand for this new apostolic revival. That he is a NAR person. He is the kind of the NAR push for Charlie. Charlie was meeting with NAR. NAR were the $25 million and above donors from the Christian right. The Ziklag was the name of the organization. So all that's correct. That's correct information. And
what happened in my life after that was I went from PragerU, and you got a pastor, from the military, 2 pastors from the military there. I'm telling you, Marissa, straight military. I then went to, obviously, the Daily Wire, and the president
military,
at the time of
the military is allegedly infiltrating our we already know the CIA is infiltrating our colleges. Main reason why they chose Utah allegedly is because of Mormonism and all that other stuff. I don't know. We'll keep going.
Daily Wire was also a naval intelligence officer who decided to become a pastor. That was John Lewis. And I'm like, actually, in retrospect, what are the chances that we just have so many military people that are in media? How organic is this? Who's the biggest person on YouTube? Right? I just got interested. I started asking questions like, are we in a military simulation?
And Mossad.
Mr. Beast. Both of his parents high up in the military. Do you think he really was just getting trillions and gazillions?
I didn't know that.
Of views because people wanted to see somebody count to 1 million, or...
Well, we all know there's industry plants, though. I mean, we'll let her talk, but we all know that there's industry plants, right? And they pick the best story. Like, you got to think, the industry is watching all of us come up, right? And like Mr. Beast, he was a person that came up. He was so like, it was like kid friendly, whatever. They picked their, we'll say, project. And look how it turned out. I mean, yeah, he's doing good, but you got to see who he's associated with. But there's industry plants in music. Look at Lil Nas X. Look at some of these other people. There's industry plants in Hollywood. They're called plants for a reason. They're planting them around for reasons.
Is that interesting? But also, it might be relevant that his family's military, like high up in the military. Everywhere I looked, every time I was like, well, this person, I got interested even in Lila Rose, right? Catholic, does this whole, speaks about, and she's always been very lovely to me, speaks about the pro-life movement and converted to Catholicism and got a story there. I met her through Marissa. It's kind of the same people funding both. And it was kind of interesting. Like when I would see Lila kind of jump on the attacking the Christ is King or trying to rationalize why we shouldn't say Christ is King all the time. And she was like the lone Catholic that was doing that. And I then got super interested in her when she messaged me about Andrew Tate. And she had someone on her show that was Andrew Tate's, one of the accuser's lawyers. And I was like, this has nothing to do with the pro-life movement. What are you doing? I asked her. And she's like, well, and that woman then attacked me and Tucker Carlson. I said, that's weird.
I'm going to look up
that's
Mr.
kind
Beast's
of random.
right
You're supposed
now.
to be the pro-life person. And you're talking about, and you're talking to Andrew Colvet's, the party to that lawsuit. You're talking to her lawyer. Why? On your show? Why are you the first show she would pick? Why doesn't she go on like CNN or Fox News? And I looked, and of course, yeah, you got military all over that background. And I'm going, is anything not military? I'm looking at Barry Weiss and I'm looking into her grandfather. And there's a story that's just incredible. A bomb thrown on.
Yeah, so this is what it says about Mr. Beast's parents. Okay, so yes, both of Mr. Beast's parents, Suzanne Perisher and Charles Donaldson, served in the military. His mother had a 21-year career in the U.S. Army, and his father also served. And they often worked long hours in the military in their military careers, leading to Mr. Beast and his brother being raised by A.U. Pears. Mother Suzanne Perisher served in the Army for 21 years. She was a paratrooper and was airborne. Father Charles Donaldson was also a U.S. veteran. Impact on childhood due to their military careers. His parents worked long hours, and Mr. Beast and his brother were often looked after by UA pairs. What are UA pairs? I'm sure like a daycare. UA pairs most commonly refer to unauthorized authentic sneakers, which are. Oh, wait. That's wrong. Built. Okay. User agent pairs for a babysitting service. You must consider the motivations, goals, and frustrations of the two primary user groups, parents and babysitters. UA pairs are typically used in UX design to define user characteristics and needs, so mapping these pairs for both sides in the market. What the hell? So people seeking a parent who needs a reliable and safe childcare temporary. Nannies? Okay, yeah, I figured. Okay. So let's see. So let's look up Jimmy Donaldson. Jimmy Donald. I wonder. Okay, so hold on. So James Stephen Donaldson was born in Wichita, Kansas, May 7th, 1998. He was mainly raised in Greenville, North Carolina, which is where a military base is. He moved houses often and was under the care of UA pairs, a person working for a living as a part of a host family. Typically, UA pairs take on a share of the family's responsibility for childcare as well as some housework and may receive a monetary allowance. So yeah, nanny. So whoever said that was correct. His parents divorced in 2007. This is Mr. Beast's parents. In 2006, Donaldson graduated from Greenville Christian Academy, a private evangelical Christian high school in the area. While at Greenville Christian, Donaldson played baseball and as an outfielder for several years. He briefly attended Pitt Community College in Winterville, North Carolina, before dropping out. After dropping out of university, Donaldson and his friends attempted to analyze and understand YouTube's recommendation algorithm to create viral videos. Donaldson recalled regarding this period, there's a 5-year point in my life where I was just relentlessly, unhealthily obsessed and studying virality, studying the YouTube algorithm. I woke up, I would order Uber Eats food, and then I would go sit at my computer all day and just studying shit nonstop with other YouTubers. I want to know where he came from. Like, what's his genealogy? That's my question. Hmm. All right. Well, my bad. I just wanted to kind of look into that. But let's go.
At his house in, I think it's in Philly or somewhere, and maybe it's Pittsburgh, and that's related to the casinos. I mean, the whole thing starts getting really crazy when you realize everyone's somehow attached to Raytheon, right? Mr. Beast, they're all attached to Raytheon in one way or the other. And
all right, and then we'll look up Raytheon too. That's what I wanted to look up as well. So let's look it up. Raytheon. It's like Disney, isn't it? So Raytheon is the Defense of Aerospace Business Unit Okay, Raytheon is the defense and aerospace business unit of RTX Corporation, a major global aerospace and defense company. It was formed in 2020 through a merger of equals and designs, manufactures and sells advanced military and commercial technologies, including missiles, advanced aircraft components, and cybersecurity systems. Raytheon is a significant defense contractor for the U.S. and its international allies, providing a wide range of products from mud to space. Company structure: Raytheon is a business unit within the larger RTX Corporation, which also includes Collins Aerospace Products mission. According to the company, its mission is to help its nation and allies defend freedom and deter aggression through advanced technology and engineering expertise. It aims to solve complex problems and create a safer world. Mm. Okay, so they're all connected to this military complex.
I find that to be interesting. And there's more, by the way. I'm in the early days of research here. And
make sure you guys go ahead and send a super chat through. I got a super chat goal going for $5 and above, but any super chat will get their name written on the wall behind me. I finally got a new webcam, so it can follow me when I write it down, so you can see I'm doing it. But YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so please hit the three dots above my head, copy and link the Streamlabs link into your browser, and send a donation through there. Get your name written down. If you send it through Streamlabs, I'll write your name down twice on the wall, because then there's no 30% taken out of it. So, yeah. But make sure you guys help me reach my goal. God bless everybody. Jesus is King. I love you guys. Let's keep going.
there's a lot more I'm going to present to you guys. But I think we can all acknowledge that we were lied to about the 30-06, right? I know for a fact Charlie's neck was not destroyed. Certainly was not destroyed. And if I'm lying, sue me for defamation, and you'll learn exactly how I know that. This is what makes Andrew Colvette's tweet explaining the conversation with the surgeon especially interesting. You remember, he's like, oh, and the surgeon said, well, that would have taken down a moose. And, but Charlie's neck, he's the man of steel. And people rightly said that's not the job of the surgeon. That's kind of the job of forensics to say that. The medical examiner would be the right person to say that. By the way, who was the medical examiner? Who were the doctors? And any chance they were military? Any chance they were military? I'm just wondering. And here's what I've discovered preliminarily. The answer is yes, okay? The doctor who worked on Charlie was Dr. Lee.
All right. I think this is where I got in yesterday, because I got into her stream late. As you guys know, I streamed for like 5 hours yesterday. Got off, spent time with my kids, and then I caught the tail end of the stream. I was going to cover it last night, but my head was hurting. So, yeah. So we're going to go ahead and watch this. This is pretty insane.
Trotter.
This is to Jodes. This is an independent channel. All I do is seek the truth, and all I want is unity, and for us to come together and stop the violence and stop the division, and come together in conversation, truth, love, prosperity, and growth.
And regarding Dr. Lee Trotter, he did his residency on the Air Force Base, right? He completed a residency at the Keesler Air Force Medical Center in Mississippi. I think he actually might be in the Air Force from what I'm looking at. Can't confirm that entirely, but there's a person who matches his name, age, description, living where he's living, who is actually in the Air Force. And he also, for a fact, is a pilot. So it would.
And if you guys see me put my hand up, waving at my camera, it's because I need the AI to pick up my hand so it can stop tracking me.
Track that he was in the military. That's interesting. The medical examiner, Dr. Deidre Smith-Amaro, who that would be the appropriate person to have had the conversation with, also someone that in my dream, Charlie told me I should look into. She's a major in the Army. She's also from a major corporation.
Welcome in, Objective.
She's from
By the way, everyone that's new to the stream, welcome in. God bless you guys. Welcome to the family. Hit the subscribe button. Jesus is King. Let's keep running it up. You guys are the best. I got the best community on YouTube. Let's go.
Erickson family, the Erickson Boyd Corporation is her family. She tells people that she is a direct descendant.
Jodes, if you don't understand what I just told you, I'm not going to sit out here. I just got remonetized. I'm not going to sit out here and just blatantly say how I feel, but I think you can understand that, yeah, my answer is pretty much no, brother. I'm America first.
Of Leif Erikson. This brings us into like Swedish Freemason stuff, okay? And I'm sure, like I'm certain she's an Erickson, like 1,000% certain that she is an Erickson. She's also now a lesbian. And I'm thinking, why was she just made a
Fry
major
my calamari? Yes.
in the army? Why did they need this one?
By the way, the Tucker Carlson and Nick interview was awesome. Awesome.
Why were people researching these doctors and this specific medical examiner? What the heck is going on? There's more. There's a lot more that I haven't covered, but I'm painting a picture here for you. Okay. I think the military industrial complex that Eisenhower forewarned of, the military industrial complex that shot JFK to maintain power, has created a veneer of reality for us. And it is not so, right? We are under a veil. I think that these corporations, people that are put at the head of these corporations and we're told that they're geniuses or they're just so successful, like Mr. Beast, these are military operations is what I'm signaling to you guys. So be aware of that. I think this military industrial complex has had a lot of actors. We have military grade actors, some of which I think were there when Charlie got shot. Weird behavior from people. The first people to get booked. It was hard to find a student that spoke to a mainstream media news organization on that day. Something's not right. There are too many military players that were surrounding Charlie, and they weren't there before 2018. They weren't there until forces were trying to pull me and Charlie apart. And I had it on my heart to share this with you because I think it will help you when you start to look at things and assess people and they tell you he's a genius. Then you learn that they have, I don't know, a contract with the Department of Defense. He might just be a military grade actor meant to lead a company, because if we all looked up and realized the military owns everything and maybe has owned everything and controlled everything since they shot JFK, well, that wouldn't be a good thing for us to know, right? And we don't know it. We don't know it, but I kind of know. Lastly, there's something interesting that I was kind of hesitant to speak about, but I'm going to. I was hesitant to speak about it because I didn't want it to lead to 1,000 conspiracy theories that are just wrong, but I'm interested. And I, again, want to caution you, don't spin out of control. I'm actually want some information because there could be something that I'm missing. I am not from the medical field, okay? On September 10th.
I'm going to go grab a glass of water. I'll be right back. All right, sorry. Need to go grab a glass of water. Anyone that's new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Join the family. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. We are right now at 7,620. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. That coffee's giving me burps. We're now at 700, 630. Let's try and hit 7,700 today. God bless you guys. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, double tap that screen, get those likes up, show some love and support. Jesus is king, and we do have a 10 super chat goal. Any super chat will get your name written on the wall, but if you want your questions asked and answered, send a super chat through, support the channel, continue to help me grow, and continue to help the studio get better. God bless you guys.
Thereafter, as I've been doing these episodes, we had received a flurry of tips from people telling us that Charlie was not at Timpanogos Hospital, but was at UVU Hospital. And I was like, remember there was this whole thing, why did they go to Timpanogos? Timpanogos was like a level 3 trauma center when the closer one was UVU. We never really understood why the ambulance wasn't there when it was required by law. He goes into this car. We don't really know we don't, when I say we don't know, as in we have no footage or any indication of the drive or the arrival at Timpanogos. And I thought it was weird that we had people that were saying, I was downstairs at UVU and Charlie was brought in. And I am telling you, he was definitely at this hospital. Somebody else said to me, I was receiving treatment. I don't know if it was cancer treatment downstairs or upstairs. And we knew he was at this hospital. And then somebody came in and announced that Charlie had just died upstairs. It was very strange. And I was like, okay, that's just, people get confused. They may have heard from maybe a nurse, texted a nurse. There's a lot of ways it could have happened. But then we received an email from somebody in the medical staff at UVU saying, I'm certain that he was here. And I have a medical file that we, and the text that we received at 2:08 p.m. saying that we're not allowed to touch the medical file. And here is the entry in the UVU system for Charlie Kirk. It had his right birthday, it had his age, it had an MRN number. And then this individual shared the internal message that went out telling them that they're not allowed to touch the file. Here it is. Hi all, there was a media event that took place today that led to a trauma patient. Due to the nature of the situation, the only individuals who will be allowed in the chart will be Deborah and myself. No one else is allowed to hover or open the chart. Jacob blank. Deb and I will be doing the log tomorrow. Thanks, and let me know if you have any questions. Now, in my mind,
Yeah, sorry, I had to get a sweater. By the way, RIP my son Eli. This is my favorite sweater in the world. I gotta get another one made because they did a crappy job of putting the picture on there. But this is wild. I'm not gonna lie. Don't know how she gets these things. Obviously there's a lot of people that are supporting her. Hold on, get the camera going. Okay, now the AI is tracking me. We're good? Okay. Don't know how she's getting this, but for them to say, hi all, there was a media event that took place today that led to a trauma patient. A trauma patient? Yeah, okay. More like a casualty. Excuse me. Due to the nature of the situation, the only individuals who are allowed to check or allowed in the chart will be Deborah and myself. Who's Deborah? No one else is allowed to hover or open the chart. Jacob blank. Deb and I will be doing the log tomorrow. Thanks, and let me know if you have any questions. So what? So there's no guys, don't hover over us when we're doing the chart. Come on. We don't want anyone to see what we're writing down. There's going to be only me and this other person that are allowed to ever see what we write down and what we put down for the situation. And basically, thanks, let me know if you have any questions, is them allegedly saying, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. Why would they make this? Due to what nature? I'm sure there's other situations like this that happen where, they have plenty of people that can go over the chart and do this stuff, right? Not a bunch, like there's not going to be everybody, but the people who are working, all the doctors and whatnot that are going to be working on the patient, or if there's certain situations, I'm sure that they're not sending out every single time a message saying this. So this is a red flag to me. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that this is a red flag.
thanks, and let me know if you have any questions. Now, in my mind, I said maybe the reason for this is these two medical hospitals speak to each other. Like if you go to CVS and you pick up a prescription at one location, the other location knows that it happens. I've confirmed that doesn't seem to be the circumstance. It's possible that it could be because maybe Dr. Lee Trotter, which I have heard, works at both limited surgeons going back and forth. That's somehow it created a file. But I'd like to know definitively what the answer for that is, why he also has a file at UVU, why there seemed to be so much confusion. Again, we don't need to go crazy with conspiracy theories. There could be a logical answer. I have not stumbled upon it yet. And so medical community, feel free to email us at moretips at CandaceOwens.com. Okay, we're going to take a brief break before we get into Turning Point U. Friend Ranch. Work on the ranch, but you work on this ranch. Angus, when you first or parameters win, the game was I'll get out of. Okay, I just want to correct. Thank you guys in the chat for correcting me. I think I said UVU Medical. I meant to say Utah Valley Hospital. UVU is obviously on my mind because it is the university. It is Utah Valley Hospital is where that file was. And that person and some people that I confirmed with said that their two systems don't speak together. So, but there could be another logical explanation. Maybe someone called ahead and then they made a decision because of traffic to go somewhere else. But I would like to get to the bottom of that. Okay, let's jump in here to TPUSA's response to the Mikey McCoy. Actually, it wasn't really a response because, to be fair, they did their episode before my episode went out. Charlie Kirk's show is before my show is. But it was their response to the Mikey McCoy video going viral. So not a response to me, but rather a response to the people who had pulled this out, who had discovered this over the weekend. So like James Lee, Ian Carroll, Sam Parker. And here is what Andrew Colvett had to say. He's going to tell us that Mikey was told to do this in the event of this type of an emergency by, you guessed it, Charlie Kirk. Take a listen.
Here's the last thing I want to make a point of. And Charlie had given me similar instructions along the years. Said, if anything ever happens to me, you call Erica.
Yeah, that's the other
thing. And he drilled that into Mikey's brain so that when this moment of trauma happened, that he turned around and he knew he had to do it. And by the way, last thing, because this is part of the video allegations here, is that they think they're alleging that he was on the phone immediately.
So this is kind of like a side note from earlier when we were talking about Mr. Beast, and I was kind of interested. I was like, well, is Mr. Beast connected to them boys? And there's a link here where it says Mr. Beast recognized Palestine as a sovereign country in his video. It says breaking news: Mr. Beast recognizes Palestine as a sovereign country in a video. Mr. Beast, a prominent YouTuber and business figure, has recognized Palestine as a sovereign country in his latest video. According to the Bricks News, this move has sparked widespread attention and debate. Is this a bold statement or a business strategy? Share your view. So maybe that answers questions about that part. But he is connected widely to Disney, which we all know.
He was not. He was taking social videos, which he would send to our group chat, which we would then put on Charlie's social while the event was happening, so you could see like the crowd come in or his interactions. And we were only 2 questions into this event, so he was still getting it out to all the chats he needed to do, which he did at every event. He turns around, and it was so blaringly loud, I'm told. You would know this better than I, but this is what I'm told. It was so blaringly loud, and he was so shell-shocked. He put his fingers in his ear, but his phone was still in his hand. He walks away, and he's...
not even walk. I want to, because people are talking about that. The way it was is we had a cordoned off area with grates, so you had controlled access. All the people, when this happens, they all get the idea we should leave before we are shot. And so there's a little narrow gap that I think... people, it's not really walking, it's that everyone has to slow up to get through this little narrow choke point to get out of the area.
Okay, elsewhere they say that, so basically he was on the phone, he was holding his ears.
Everybody double tap that screen, man. Let's try and hit 100 likes. We just need 67 more beautiful people to double tap that screen, show some love and support. You guys got me for about 6 hours today, so let's keep running it up, searching for the truth. We're looking things up and getting some information. We're going to go into a lot of things today. I just wanted to cover this. Then we're going to go into EBT being shut down Saturday and what people are saying. We're going to be going into the latest news with the White House and Venezuela and all this other stuff. So stay tuned.
Okay. And then once he got out into the distance beyond the car that Charlie would be carried into is when he...
And the fact that the ceasefire with Palestine seems to just be, ended and then restarted whenever, this other side wants, right? Allegedly.
Called Erica first and then his father. That's what they tell us. Now, in regards to him saying that Mikey was taking social videos, I can tell you it tracks that Mikey would be taking videos behind, like when Charlie first comes out of the event, he's throwing hats. That tracks. That absolutely is a thing at Turning Point USA. You follow the person to get behind the scenes. I would have Savannah do this before Mikey McCoy did this. It was Sarah Schmachtenberger. And they do that. They like the behind the scenes reactions. But in this particular video, he's not standing where you can get a view of Charlie asking a question. So this part is not tracking. Okay, Mikey is not standing to the side of Charlie. He is behind. And so if you're saying what earlier, we're supposed to see him, the best place to stand if you're going to get a video of Charlie asking a question is going to be in a place where you can see both Charlie and the person asking the question. And that's just not where he's standing. So that excuse doesn't make sense to me. Now, maybe he's saying Mikey was there when he was throwing hats out, and he was there trying to send videos thereafter once things got started. That's all possible. I don't know.
Reginald, yes, I did. I did see the Nick and Tucker Carlson interview. It was interesting to me. Honestly, I was happy that they came to a conclusion, because we need to have the people on the right. Like, I'm not on the right, like, I'm independent, but I guess you could say I'm more right leaning, but we need to get the people who are on the right to come together. I mean, we cannot be having division within the sides, the side of, the right, like Candace, Tucker, and all these people kind of not getting along or whatever. They need to be together. We're stronger in groups. And it was funny when I heard them say, "I thought you were fed." Then Nick was like, "Well, I thought you were fed." And then just, it was a good interview. I enjoyed it. Welcome in, Lori. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. God bless everybody. Jesus is King. It's Wednesday, almost Friday. Saturday, EBT's off. So hopefully we come to a conclusion by then. If we don't, you guys be safe. Hopefully there's no violence, but there's a lot of people calling for it. So I just reposted some more videos of people saying some outlandish stuff. So I am independent, but people would say I'm more right-leaning. You can say my logic's off or whatever. I don't care. I'll criticize the left. I'll criticize the right. I just want the truth. I'm not going to sit there and say I'm fully on the right because this, that, and the third. Like, no, I'm a person that wants the truth. I want unity, and I want people to stop having their heads up their bums, and I want people to start coming together and put their differences aside and do what's right for not only our generation, but the generations after us. What we do today creates tomorrow. And people who have kids will understand what I just said. So it is what it is. It is what it is, bro. But I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm not gonna let people try and rage bait me, so you can just go into the abyss. Because at this point, I'm just not gonna deal with it. I only want positivity and love in the chat. That's what this channel is about. It's about coming together, creating unity, whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, whether you're independent or anything like that. This is about God. This channel is about coming together, creating unity, believing in God, believing in doing what's right, and not letting the forces that are at hand bring us to our worst personalities and worst points in life. So but yeah, anyways, double tap the screen, man. Show some love and support. I appreciate every single person that is in here and showing love and support. Yo, don't be Reginald, don't be changing what I do, bro. Don't do that. If I do something, if I time someone out or I ban them, you don't do anything. This is my channel. Not trying to be mean, bro, but seriously, I'm not gonna allow people like that in here. This is a channel of love, prosperity, peace, and understanding, and no negativity. I'm not gonna deal with negativity today. I just want it to be a good day of blessings and love. So yeah. No, I'm not gonna give him another chance. He's done. So don't do that, bro, or I'll take your mod away. Not trying to be mean, but no, we're not doing that. I'm not like what I said is what I said, so it is what it is. But if you want to get your guys' name on the super chat wall, go ahead and send a super chat through. Any super chat will get your name on the wall. If YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so hit the three dots above my head, copy and paste a link that's in my description, and put it into your browser and send a chat through that way. and I will go ahead and write your name on the wall. Go to one of my past streams and follow my Kick and my Rumble. You get your name written down on the wall as well. I'm trying to build up my Kick and my Rumble. I do not have it linked right now, but after today, I will go ahead and have my Kick and my Rumble live along with my YouTube. So,
now, regarding him putting his hands up to his ear, it does sound completely plausible to me that if you
and by the way, prayers out to Jamaica having an insane storm hitting them. God bless everybody there. Hopefully everybody's doing okay. I was 187-mile-an-hour winds. The videos that I'm watching are just insane. So yeah, I mean the videos of the eye of the storm is insane too. So shout out Jamaica, man. God bless everybody there. Hopefully everybody's safe and taking shelter. The videos that I'm watching are pretty insane. We'll go over that too after this video. So we're gonna go over the EBT shutdown Saturday. We're gonna go over Jamaica's hurricane. We're gonna go over the fact that the ceasefire seems to stop and then continue. A bunch of other things. So we're gonna go over a lot of stuff today, guys. Yeah, shout out Jamaica, man. God bless everybody there. Hopefully everybody's safe. That storm looked insane. And yeah, welcome in Susie Q. Yeah, like I said, man, got a 10 super chat goal up above. I'll read and answer any questions, but make sure you guys go ahead and send a super chat through if you want to get your name on the donor wall. I finally have a new webcam, as you can see. So now you guys can see me wherever I go. Hello. Now you guys can see me. So if I want to do a rant, I can stand up and just be like, man, God. Ugh. You know what I mean? Or if I want to write you guys' name on the wall, you can see where I'm writing it. Like, bang, 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 bang. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Awesome camera. Much love to everybody. I love the webcam too, man. It's awesome. And then I can put my hand up and it'll stop tracking me. It's supposed to be able to zoom in too. So I don't know. But yeah, man, send some super chats through. Get your name written on the wall. Any super chat will get your name written on the wall. But YouTube does take a brutal 30%. So copy and paste the link in my description and send a super chat through there and get your name written down twice. If you send it through Streamlabs, you'll get your name written down twice. And if you send it through YouTube, it'll be once. But yeah, guys, God bless everybody. Jesus is King. And let's keep going. It's an AI camera. So it follows me. I should be able to go like this and it'll zoom or whatever, but it doesn't. But yeah, I put my hand up like this and it'll stop tracking me. But yeah, so like when you guys send a super chat through, it'll be easier for you to see me write a name down. Like if you send one through and I want to go write it down, it'll just be like, you know? So, welcome in, Danielle. Yeah, help me reach my super chat goal of 10 super chats. Show some love and support, man. Any super chat is going to get your name on the wall, though. But like I said, YouTube takes a brutal 30%. So go ahead and put the link in the description in your browser and send it through there. Get your name written down twice. Be a part of the journey forever by getting your name on the donor wall. It is never going to get painted over. This is where the studio is going to be forever. So
first hear a gunshot, you're going to naturally do this, right? That kind of makes sense. You're going to go, what was that maybe? And then I think typically you'd get down. And the issue that I have is I never see him take that phone down. Maybe he does, right? Maybe he does.
Yeah, well, when they say that and he's walking away, he's like this, but he's still going. Like, I just don't see the fact that he's covering his ear. It could have been an excuse if he wasn't still on the freaking phone halfway across the street going to the parking lot, right? So
we don't know for a fact, and so we should be clear that it doesn't look to me like he's just covering his ears there, but maybe he is. What I will say is that it would be unlikely that you would keep holding your ears until you get all the way out, and that you wouldn't duck down. And regarding, Charlie always told us to call.
Hey guys, I wouldn't be able to upgrade the studio and get the tech I have if it wasn't for my supporters around here in my town, in my house, and not only that, but on the channel, man. You guys are awesome. Yesterday was an awesome turnout. Let's continue to run it up so we can continue to make the studio better, continue to make the quality better for you guys, and not only that, so we can continue to grow and prosper. We were demonetized there for a while because your boy was just being an idiot, I guess. But now I'm trying my best to adhere to YouTube's guidelines and be the best person, or be the best at doing what I'm doing. So show some love and support by sending a super chat through Get Your Name on the donor wall. And yeah, help me get my 10 super chat goal of 5 and above, though.
Call Erica if anything happens. Yeah, that's kind of common sense. That's not exactly like, hey, if I get shot in the throat, don't help me and call Erica. I think obviously that's called like first of kin, right? First of kin. If something happens to me, call George. Something happens to George, call Candace. That is almost in the sphere of common sense. So I believe that. I don't believe that Charlie said, if I get shot, don't help me, calmly walk away and call Erica first. Like, I think, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we have nothing to go off of. I think it's curious that we're hearing this from Andrew and we're not hearing it from Mikey McCoy. It's very easy to dispel any internet innuendo. You don't actually have to jump into ad hominem attacks. The first thing I would have done, just like I did when I was being accused of colluding on the Blake Lively story, when I got drafted into that lawsuit and they thought that I was working with Blake Lively's, working with Justin Baldoni's team, is I quite literally live subpoenaed myself. I held up my phone, I typed in Blake Lively, and I showed you the only 2 times that I had ever texted about her in my phone at all, to demonstrate that there was no collusion happening and no one compelled me to speak. It was a ridiculous thing for her to say. I laughed at it. I wasn't upset about it, right? And I said, this is crazy. Here is my phone. I'm live opening it for you. Why not do that? Doesn't that seem easier? The easier thing, if you feel that pressure, is to just say, I'm going to dispel this. It's kind of like the Brigitte Macron thing. Hey, here's a couple of pictures of me raising my kids. 30 years was missing because I really was just camera shy. I'm just going to show you the pictures. It's so much easier, rather than fighting a tit for tat war, to just share the truth. People are uncomfortable. It's going to get even more interesting, though, because Alex Marlowe, who runs Breitbart News, was their guest for the day on the show. And he then kind of shifts gears and pretends like we're all drug addicts, right? We're just high on conspiracy theory. Take a listen.
There's a suggestion online.
Hey, you guys, double tap that screen, man. Double tap. Get those likes up, man. Show some love and support. Hit the subscribe button.
That Mikey, Charlie's chief of staff, one of the most sincere people you'd ever meet, brilliant Christian.
Yep, Sid, I just said I was going to go over that
he
earlier.
Ever met in his entire life, couldn't hurt a fly, was part of a conspiracy to murder Charlie. That's what's going on.
Yeah. It's vile. It's utterly vile.
Who would do this? What type of individual? Just to create content, do we think, or is there some? What's the ulterior?
I don't know. I think a lot of this mindset just sort of fuels itself. It's sort of addictive in the same way a lot of social media stuff is addictive, or in the way like honestly something like pornography is addictive or something. God. Like they get really.
Yeah. When I heard that, it was like, dude, like seriously. Like, you guys, they just don't realize, like, all the questions we're asking are such, like, reasonable questions. And when they sit there and act like that, it's just like, you guys make yourself look worse. Especially saying that it's like we're addicts. No, what we're addicted to is finding the truth, because you guys are addicted to telling lies. And it's old. It's getting quite old, don't you think? Don't you think you guys are making yourselves look a little dumb here? Right? Don't you ever think that? God.
They almost get a high off of like the idea of like that they're doing something that's daring or out there.
So that right there is a psychological operation. And because we're reading about Sigmund Freud, they diagnose you. When they don't want you to look into something, they diagnose you. So right there, he's going, oh my, are they just doing this to create content? Are these people akin to drug addicts? They're just high on the conspiracy theory? They're gaslighting you, and then they're diagnosing you. So we all just watched Charlie die. We are having a perfectly rational response to watching that, and then watching the strange reaction of his peers, or the non-reaction of his peers who just want our money, right? And are asking for Susie Wiles. It's the craziest.
Another thing that we should say is that you guys, ever since Charlie's gone, which is obvious, your guys' views are in the dump because you guys will never replace Charlie. You guys still have his name on the header as the Charlie Kirk Show. Why not just name it TPUSA Show? This is the TPUSA Show, or the TPUSA Podcast. You guys are just pathetic. I'm sorry. Allegedly. This is all just figments of my imagination.
Part of his whole thing for me, it was like, why is Susie Wiles? I don't know, it just feels really weird, like a weird pick for her to eulogize him. But yeah, and not maybe his parents, maybe they didn't want to. Actually, they were quite private people. But all this happens, and we're having a natural reaction, which is we feel alarmed, we feel suspicious, and they're going, oh, you're a drug addict. You know what? I get it. You kind of like porn. You're into that. You're into the porn thing. It's all, I get it. No, I get it.
Candace, it's corn, okay? Corn. Okay? Stop it. Stop. Corn, okay? Get with the movement, my girl. Okay, you're beautiful. The way I paused you makes you look a little crazy, but hey, you're beautiful, girl. Stop saying that. Stop it. It's corn.
Get it. If you want to watch porn all day, you want to watch porn all day. That, my friends, is a psychological operation. Steel yourselves against this. Yes, we are asking questions. No, we are not akin to people that watch pornography all day. And no, we're not getting high on it. We're going to get high when we find out what actually happened. That's going to feel like a high to us, right? That's going to be that natural rush that we feel when we've actually solved what happened to Charlie Kirk. So let me answer you back on that, Alex Marlowe. Be careful, because it might do your genealogy. You don't want me doing that. Careful. Then we have Frank Turek, who engages in this same sort of act of psychological manipulation, in my viewpoint. And he defends Mikey McCoy. I think this is on his own show. Here's what he had to say.
There's a difference between a possibility and evidence for a possibility. You can speculate on anything you want, but unless you have evidence, shut up. Okay? Because all you're doing is causing dissension among the brothers, which is something the Lord hates. If you want to present a possibility and say, well, this could be true, okay, it could be true, but don't accuse people for doing something for which you have no evidence. I heard today, I guess I hadn't seen it myself, but I heard today she was judging people who didn't act the right way. I don't know if anyone has anyone seen this video? She according to Candace Owens, these people did not act the right way after Charlie's death, like my friend Mikey McCoy, the brilliant 24-year-old who at the time when Charlie was shot was 23 and was a hero.
Because they didn't. It's like yesterday when I was watching a video, the same video she played when they're saying how they reacted. He was like, we just got up and we didn't want to, he had security. We didn't want to interrupt and have a moment to try and be a hero. It doesn't, dude, if I was there and that happened, and I'm like his chief of staff or I'm his best friend or whatever, I don't care, but I'm running with the security towards him. How can I help? What can I do? And first of all, I'm going to make sure he's okay. To me, it's a cowardly move to walk away and run away like that when that is your person that gave you the opportunity to be who you are. I would have ran towards him myself right away. I don't care if I'm going to get shot. That's what loyalty is. I would pass for my people. I would put myself in the fire for my people. Because that's what loyalty is. That's what integrity is. That's what being brave is. Most importantly, that's what being an American is. So yeah, there was people acting not very right.
That day, he apparently didn't act the right way according to Candace Owens. He didn't act normal. Newsflash, there is no normal when you're in shock. There is no normal when an abnormal thing happens. Some people are going to act one way, other people are going to act another way. You don't know how you would react. I didn't know how I would react. The only reason that I did what I did is because I thought about it beforehand. I was afraid somebody would take a shot at Charlie, and I thought to myself, if it does happen, what am I going to do? Decide now. And what I want.
So you think that if you're afraid someone's going to take a shot at Charlie, you don't think everybody else might have that sense? You know, the whole time a security team and a lot of people around them were looking on their phones, doing all this stuff. If you guys were so worried, why is no one alert? Why is there no higher security? Why was there not an ambulance there? Why were none of these protocols, and some of them are laws to follow, why were they not done? If you guys were so worried, why didn't the whole freaking group run towards him? Cowardness and selfishness and lies is all I hear.
What I wanted to do would do anything I could to save him.
Couple of psychological manipulations happening there. First is like the academic one, where he's trying to present himself as an authority on the topic and saying to you, like, there is no, everybody can do anything when shots are fired. We don't know when you're shocked by shots being fired. Some people just, start doing the hokey pokey. Look, some people literally, when they hear shots fired, they get on a table and they start dancing and singing and saying, shoot me, shoot me. Like George Zinn, hey, we don't know. He was in shock. George Zinn, I did it. That's a normal, hey, we don't know, right? Like, we do actually know that we all have a baseline response to danger. You run towards it because you want to rescue people. These are the heroes in the story, or you run away from it, right? That's a baseline. Or you freeze. You literally just are paralyzed by fear, kind of. Maybe I'd say 3 baseline things that you can expect, right? I don't know what to do. I'm running away from this, or I know exactly what to do, and I need to rescue other people. So don't do that. The other thing he's doing, of course, is the biblical manipulation, which seems to me to be that there has been a military infiltration into the churches. I think we've covered that enough this year. I've termed that Operation Mocking Pastor, where they just try to find some scripture and justify it. And he's a pastor. He's earned trust. So he's saying she's judging people. The Lord says this. The Lord says she shouldn't look into the trial. The Lord says she shouldn't ask questions. The Lord thinks that people should just shut up, right? That to me is like the sickest form of manipulation. The sickest form of manipulation is to try to present it via the lens of what God would want. You don't have to do that. Just say what you think, say what you mean, and try to manipulate people the old school way, okay? Now, speaking of psychological operations, the one safe place is my book club, okay? I'm like, we're real, like, we're ratchet in the book club. I say whatever, because I know people that are in there, they're ready for it. I'm throwing to them. We're talking about Frankism. We're talking about the Kabbalah. We're talking about the infiltration into the churches, intentional as an aspect of the Frankist movement. And we go pretty quickly. We're reading these books. We're learning about Sigmund Freud, right? It starts with Sigmund Freud. It ends with Operation Mocking Pastor, or that's where we are at right now. And I have so much fun. And what happened was Zionists actually purchased the book club, passed the book club, and they then started sharing clips and watermarked it as if it was their own content to make money off of. This guy, Milk Bar TV, I was like, you're getting hit with a copyright strike, my friend, okay? Proud of myself. Hit him with a copyright strike because he literally put Milk Bar TV content on the corner. He watermarked my content to then smear me, right? If you're going to watermark my content, at least don't smear me and call me a crazy person. And what they were upset with was that I said that it was ridiculous. And I meant it, by the way. So shocking. I say what I mean. That we're supposed to think that Charlie is being honored because he got a Charlie Kirk Day in October. I will feel Charlie is honored, okay, when we figure out who killed him, because I'm not buying a lone shooter thing. So I said, miss me with the whole holiday.
Yeah, his
theater.
name's Zeus.
Tell
and
me
he thinks he's
who
a
actually
lapdog.
killed him. And it's a typical federal maneuver, by the way, to kill someone like Martin Luther King or JFK, and then they get a holiday, they get a boulevard. That's what I said. And I would have said it off the book club, but they clipped it, tried to take it out of context, but it's not 2018. And I am not new to what you guys do. These out of context clips are just not hitting the same. The people are awake. They know what's happening here. They see what you're doing. And then he cried, by the way, when he got hit with a copyright strike. I couldn't believe it. Talk about literally crying while you strike someone else. Like, you stole my content. You got caught stealing my content and trying to make money off of it. And then he tweets, Candace Owens hit my account. This is Nathan Livingstone. I tried to steal and she didn't let me. Why is she trying to silence me? Why won't she let me steal? You can pay for a pass. You can watch it, but you can't steal my content. Anyways, guys, it's amazing. Like, I think it's actually amazing that our book club got infiltrated.
My dog doesn't even have a collar, you guys. Like, I have my dog so trained that, like, I can bring him outside with us when we play. He don't leave the yard. He sits right next to us. Other dogs can walk by. He stays vigilant, but he just sits right next to us. He's a good dog, man. He thinks he's a lap dog for sure. But he's a good dog. His name is Zeus. He's a quarter German Shepherd and 3/4 Alaskan Malamute. He's huge. I'm 6'2", 250 pounds. This guy is like almost as tall as me. He's getting hair everywhere though.
Have to be more careful in there. Just kidding. I won't be. I will be just as ratchet as I always am in the book club. Lastly, we got to get to Brigitte Macron because I think everybody now is really tired of her lying about having been born with a penis. Not my fault, okay? If you have not, by the way, watched the Becoming Brigitte series and you are appreciating what I'm doing with the Charlie Kirk series, go back and watch it. Same thing. All I did was tell the truth and people were upset and then the series went viral. I mean, by people, I mean the media was upset. The series went viral. There's no way you can watch the series and come out of it thinking that Brigitte was born a female. You can't just disappear 30 years of your life. You can't just say, I didn't take a picture for 30 years. It doesn't work like that.
Now I'm all full of
Such
hair.
an easy, lowest baby bar ever to set to dispel the rumors. Hey, can we get some pictures from your wedding day? Like, you know, you with your family and not just pictures that have been given to us from a woman who quite literally is facing charges for falsifying pictures. Like, we've got like 4 photos of the whole life. And yeah, I'm being sued because that's the next logical step. You sue people for telling the truth to scare them. And it's all related, by the way. We're talking about who Brigitte actually is, the families that Brigitte is related to, the fact that Emmanuel Macron is, in fact, just like the state of Israel, a Rothschild's creation, talking about the military-industrial complex, and talking about the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah very much is the reason for this push in culture for transgenderism. We'll get more into that in the book club, which gets a bit more theological.
Darn it, Zeus.
But that's a very important series. And basically what happened this week is people who hadn't even watched the series were like, okay, I've seen enough. Brigitte Macron crying because she doesn't know. Brigitte doesn't know why, but on the tax forms, the French tax forms, Brigitte is listed as Jean-Michel and listed as a male. So they're trying to lie and tell the public that they think this was done by a team of hackers.
I haven't checked my max bench in a while, to be honest with you. I've been having a lot of issues with my back. I guess I got genetic issues. My spinal cord's a little bit smaller, or well, actually a lot smaller than the regular one. I just lift what feels good. 250, I can definitely bench 250. But, I just got paid. Yay. But yeah, no, I haven't really checked it, to be honest with you. I am going to be going to the gym. I get an injection in my spine here soon, so I'll be going to the gym more, and you guys will be seeing gym vlogs. But, yeah, I just lift what feels good, man. I'm just trying to be healthy and stuff. I haven't drank for a long time now. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I'm really trying to quit smoking cigarettes. The only thing I do is utilize, God, this dog got hair everywhere. My green card. But, yeah, other than that, I just try and, yeah. But, all right, guys, I'm going to let this play. I love you guys. Thank you guys for showing love and support, man. Thank you for the 50 likes. You guys got me for a while left, so let's go continue to double tap that screen, show some love and support, hit the like button, or double tap the screen to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are on the road to 10,000 subscribers, so make sure you guys join the family, and send a super chat through, guys. I have the marker right here. Send a super chat through, get your name written on the wall. I'm trying to fill the whole wall up behind me with names, as you can see here. There's names all over the wall. So make sure you guys go ahead and send your super chats through. Any super chat will get your name written on the wall. YouTube does take a brutal 30%. So if you want me to get the full amount, make sure you guys hit the three dots above my head, go to the description and copy and paste the Streamlabs link and send it through Streamlabs, and then there is no money taken out of it. So if you guys want me to get the full amount, send it through Streamlabs. But super chats on here are just fine as well. I have a super chat goal of 10 super chats, $5 and up. Get any question answered. And not only that, but any super chat will get on the wall. So support the channels, help support the growth, help support the upgrades and everything else of the channel, like the new webcam we got, awesome AI webcam. Still exploring its uses and everything like that, and what you can do with it. But yeah, send your super chats through, support your boy, and yeah.
Okay. Hackers who they haven't arrested. Okay, what hacker, this happened years ago, right? It was actually someone who worked for her who said, oh, this is weird. Like, I'm in your account right now, and you're registered as a dude named Jean-Michel. Mr. Brome was the guy who did this, a government official. He made the revelation, and he recounted how Brigitte was stunned to learn that her legal name had been, quote unquote, changed when she logged into her personal tax account. We were completely surprised, said Mr. Brome. Oh, okay, so we're supposed to believe the government, which Brigitte is controlling. By the way, this person, Brome, has worked with the couple since 2017. And we're supposed to believe that a hacker was going to risk hacking the president of France. Okay, the government, had to be the government, decided to hack the government and to only change the name. Like, if you're going to risk that kind of an offense, that's sort of a criminal offense, at least take the money. At least say, and they wiped out $2 million. It was a crazy hack, a little joke at the end of it. But no, just wanted to hack and risk criminal charges to change your name to Jean-Michel way back when this wasn't even a viral story. I mean, completely ridiculous, okay? You were born Jean-Michel Trogneux. You transitioned and you've been put in this position of power. And I don't know why they would do this. You got away with offending Emmanuel when he was 14 years old, sexual offense. And you went after, I mean, he was a child in my view, in everyone's view, a 14-year-old kid. You got like a 40-year-old adult that goes after him. And now you're pretending you're the victim. Okay. A little bit crazy. We're getting tired of it. You can't just keep pretending everything is just happening to you. Just present some pictures. Stop pretending that you're offering genetic evidence in the court hearing against me. You're not even suing me for the claim that I said you were born a male. You're suing me for the claim that I said you.
I'll make a phone call real quick, guys. Real quick. I'm gonna make a phone call, so my mic's gonna be muted.
Stole your sister's identity to transition. That's what you're suing me over, amongst very many other things that are ridiculous. And you've never offered genetic evidence because you didn't even get to that stage of the hearing. We have not gotten to any stage, actually. It's like the back forth tit for tat, changing the filings, all very preliminary. You're just doing the most in terms of PR, trying to convince the world against something that we recognize, which is that you were born a male. So Emmanuel Macron, come clean. Everybody, and I mean everybody worldwide, is exhausted with your wife's penis. We're going to take a quick break and get some of your comments. All right, jumping in here to tell you guys about Comet AI, because how much time do we spend on the web? How much time do we spend clicking around online, searching, scrolling, typing?
Yeah, Candace, you need to watch your mouth, bro. Straight up. I don't endorse whatever Candace just said. She should not be saying that stuff. Hold on, my dogs want to go outside. Give me 1 second. What's that? All right, my bad, y'all. Everybody double tap that screen, man. Show some love and support. Make sure you send your super chats through. Get your name on the wall. I got the marker right here. If you want your name on the wall, the bigger the super chat, the bigger your name is, by the way. Let's get through these ads here.
Is for you across for the having make register and who owes October 3rd, all of that available with over one producing their Candace and one save. Anemi Skin, all these healthy skin. Me is doing IO available in Girl Secret. It's that know about fertilizer. It's light. It's aloe vera against that they have the barrier. The U.S. forget to end comment. KP writes, my copy of Make Him a Sandwich came in the mail today. Thank you for all that you do, Candace. Thank you for helping me navigate being a stay-at-home mom. Thank you for helping me find faith again, and thank you for fighting for Charlie. Love that comment so much. Also, yes, Make Him a Sandwich. I'm so proud of this book. Please tag me when you get it. I get really happy when you guys tag me in the book. Because it really was a labor of love. Like I said, I wrote every word of this and I did it outside of the Matrix. So there is no book publisher that is involved, no mainstream Simon Schuster person. We decided to self-publish and we used actually an amazing Catholic book printer to do this. So I'm proud of that. Groovin with Christ writes, I love that you are wearing the miraculous medal. Living in God's truth is like serenity on steroids. God bless. I should have mentioned, by the way, that you can buy this at makehimasandwich.com if you want to know where to get that book. And yes, it also helps the Catholic book printer that worked with us on this. And they were, like I said, phenomenal. John Diamond writes, Candace, welcome back. We missed you, of course. I know you're catching up on current events. Let me summarize. Everything is still fake and gay. Please give your husband and kids a huge hug from all of us. They are the ones who support you every day. Thank God for them. They are amazing. And it is because of my family that I genuinely, I know that I was saved because I had the confidence to be more of myself when I married George. And he has supported me through everything, and me never having the fashionable opinion. And of course, it impacts as a knock-on effect with the world that he knew. I mean, my husband, think about this. My husband used to work with, and he used to donate to the Friends of Israel when he was in the UK, and he married me. And so, yeah, I mean, I would say I was pro-Israel when we met, but life has changed dramatically, and he has been there and has always supported me. Stuart Dillian writes, hi, Candace, would you mind sharing your homeschooling plan sometime? My wife and I tried twice, traditional and unschooling, but it did not succeed. I'd love to know what's working for you. Thanks, and keep up the great work. First thing I want to say, it has been an absolute gift to have my kids at home. I can't explain to you, I am a happier person because of it. I can't believe we just send off the joy and go to work. Everything they say, it's so cute to watch the way their brains are forming and to realize that it's really hard to explain concepts when they take everything so literally. And the number one thing that I will say, and I will do a deeper episode on this, is micro schooling, right? So I take the first 2 hours for the kids, but it is a family that has 2 kids that are around the same age. And then it's my 2 older kids, which are around the same age. And my other 2 are way too young. I have, an infant, and I have a soon to be 2-year-old, so they're not in it. Community, find a local community of people to do it with and figure it out. Obviously, I am blessed, and I recognize that I get to work more in the afternoon and I don't have to have the full 8-hour day, but you can figure it out and you will be a happier person if you do. Mrs. Preppy writes, do you hold hope that the Trump administration could come through with justice for Charlie? What if Trump is reconsidering his love for Israel like Charlie? There is Ivanka. Trump wouldn't and couldn't do anything without getting his daughter back. No, I don't hold out any hope at all, actually. And the fact that Trump even invited Kash Patel to that Charlie holiday thing, which I'll get into tomorrow, we're establishing a holiday, I think is proof to me that he wants this buried. I think actually Don Jr. may have even said that he accepts the narrative. I'll have to dig up that clip for you guys tomorrow. I have no hope whatsoever. And I don't believe he's reconsidering his love for Israel. Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million, and she was explicit. The $100 million meant that he would allow them to annex, not Gaza, the West Bank. So all this chatter of, that would be a step too far. No, blah, blah, blah. He pre-agreed to that, and he's going to make good on his pre-agreement. That's my perspective. Someone asked, did you background check Ian Carroll? No. I'm about to do his genealogy. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. RN Explorer writes, those hiding the truth better hope Candace does not turn out pregnant with a boy right now. I stand with the truth with Charlie and Candace. So true. You know me. I want hood rat stuff with my friends when I am pregnant with a boy. I need it all day, every day. Beck Build writes, great work, Candace, praying for your safety and that Charlie's prophecy that you will lead this movement to victory will empower you even more. Thank you for that. Pixie Chicky writes, Candace, you are a class act. You are fighting for Charlie just like he asked you. Quoting Maya Angelou, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. You have done that and more to bring truth to light. Charlie would be so proud. I know he's proud. I absolutely know that Charlie is proud and that everything that we discussed, I hate that he was right about his life, but I also know that I'm the right person to do this because I came through that matrix and I know what's up and what's down. Like, they just can't fool me with this stuff. You've done it to me so many times and I survived it, and you can't do the thing that you always do, which is try to convince the world the person is crazy, because I'm not giving them that. You did it with Kanye. You put him on a Psych 5150 hold. You did it to many people in Hollywood. I know how it works, and I'm teaching people to learn about your psychological operation, which is what it is. Sarah writes, go girl, love the Aussies. I'm so sad I won't be able to speak there. Gia writes, love you so much, Candace. Don't stop exposing these lies. You are a true friend. May God continue to bless you and your family. Love from Toronto. And that is all that we had today, you guys. If you'd like to support us, please go to makehimasandwich.com, read this book. You are going to love it. It's a great gift to give to anybody. It's a very funny book. It's a fun book, and it's an informative book, which is really important. And women, I definitely think it is on us to learn the origins of the feminist movement, because it's quite sinister. Everything doesn't look sinister, but of course it is sinister, and it's probably a part of the military-industrial complex. By the way, like I said, we restocked those cups. We don't know, but we know. CandaceOwens.com. It's another way you can support the show. Buy yourself a Candace cup. Other than that, you guys, I am just so grateful to you. Every single day, you are all in my prayers because I know that I am getting the strength from you. Charlie loved the crowd because of the energy. We talked about energy all the time. People that had good energy, bad energy. And it is because of you guys fighting for me. I see you guys in the comments. I see you guys going after people's throats when they make a video. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Crap. Fuck. I don't want to play that end because they always try and take money off my revenue for that. All right, guys. So what's happening? Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic day. We're going to get on to some other stuff. We'll get on to the hurricane in Jamaica and stuff as well. All right, but first I want to see what's up with you guys. Okay. How's everybody doing today, man? Let me go over some chats here. Make sure you guys donate to get your name on the super chat wall. Support your boy, man. If you support me, support the channel by sending a super chat through. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so make sure you go to hit the three dots above my head, go to the description, copy and paste the Streamlabs links into your browser, and donate through there. Get your name written down twice because there is no percentage taken out of it. Let me go over some chats here. A3R7W, you know what's odd? Tyler Robinson's dad has a granite and stone company. His registry lapsed in 2015, and yet has never been renewed, yet he's still self-employed. Kind of odd. Yeah, all these people who have independent businesses and do these things, they always get loopholes. I don't know that. I'll have to look into that. Bentley Gresman, this lady is spitting facts. I agree. This is not a good program blocking most of what Candace said. How am I blocking most of what she said? You are crazy. MAC addresses in the engraves. My boyfriend is a groiper. It's really common. It's really just common sense, but everyone acts like it's bad. Yeah, I'm a groiper. I'll say it. I don't agree with everything that Nick Fuentes says, but I definitely agree with a lot of it. And I think that he was villainized or whatever it's called, vilified so young, so that's what turned him to the way he is. But I just think that, you know, if people really listen to him with good faith and read in between the lines with what he's saying, I think a lot more people would agree with him as well. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Hold on, I gotta make sure I turn off overdrafts here on my account. Here, let me start it off for you guys. And I'll put myself on the wall. All right, guys. So I'll do it first, guys. Let's go. Come on now. I'm supporting my own channel. Thank you to See Me Now for the super chat. Now I'm gonna write your name down. Thank you so much, See Me Now. I got my own name written on the wall. Let's go. Ain't I just crazy? I appreciate every single one of you guys, though, man. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, hit the subscribe button, send through your super chats now before we get into some other topics. Get your name written on the wall. As you guys can see, I got a lot of names written. I got a few names written up there, plenty of names written behind me. But yeah, hopefully everybody is having a blessed day. It's a good day to be alive. Every day is a good day to be alive. I had to do it, though. Come on now. I had to do it. I'm such a narcissist. But all right, so looks like Jamaica's going through it, man. Shout out Jamaica. God bless to everybody. And Mr. Thursday, if it's such a yawn for you, then scroll past. Scroll right on. I don't want you here if it's such a yawn. I mean, seriously. So annoying with you guys. If you guys don't like the live stream, then move on. Right? Right? All right, guys. So, shout out Jamaica, man. God bless to everybody in Jamaica. Hopefully everybody's okay. Category 5 hurricane. Holy crap. Bumbleclot! He's saying. Bro, this guy's out here having a good time. I'm not gonna lie. This guy's out here having a pretty good time.
My side, and you see that? Yo! Wanna see that, my side?
Oh, I gotta listen to this guy one more time. Yo, Jamaicans are built different, man. Jamaicans are built different, that's for sure. By the way, to make you guys laugh, the other day when my bearded dragon bit me, let's watch this. Make you want to super chat and get on the donor wall and show some love and support to this channel. I don't know what. Watch my face. This guy is lit. All right, ready? You hungry? Look at him. Yep, right away. Look at him. Ah! He got me. Oh god, that's so funny. I can't. All right, so Category 5 hurricane hitting Jamaica. God bless everybody there. Hopefully everybody's okay. Jamaica is such a small island, too. must have just been a live feed or what? Jamaica's so beautiful. Shout out Jamaica, man. I do have bovine colostrum coming tomorrow, so by the way, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab something. Got my methylene Blu-ray here. Probably gonna take some more, but yeah. So I hope everybody's having a good day. Let's keep going over the Jamaican stuff here.
Oh no, there's another one over there. I can't believe it. The sea's just pouring in. Everything's under. The pool's gone. Please let this. Oh my God, the whole ocean's on the street. This is Jamaica right now.
Holy, that's crazy, bro. You guys see these sharks in the pool? Who'd go swimming in that pool?
Water came all the way up to the hotel. Look at this. That's a shark. Oh no, there's another one over there. I can't believe it. The sea's just pouring in. Everything's under. The pool's gone. Please let this. Oh.
Yo, that's crazy. That means those sharks got above this fence right here and everything.
Oh my God, the whole ocean's on the street. This is Jamaica right now. The water came all the way up to the hotel. Look at this. That's a shark. Oh no.
That's
oh,
insane.
There's another one over there. I can't believe it. The sea's just pouring in. Everything's under. The pool's gone. Please let this. Oh my God.
That's insane. Oh, my bad. Yo, that's crazy. Look at that. I was thinking that's AI too, but if that is true, that's insane, right? Holy. Yo, that is insane, dude. I couldn't see the good I'm blessed to be living in North Dakota. So we get blizzards that are terrible, but we don't get hurricanes. I couldn't imagine going through hurricanes or earthquakes and stuff like that. Holy crap. This doesn't look like Jamaica. That didn't. Holy. Just got a random Maserati looking car driving through this. Yeah, who would be pumping gas at this point, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Not gonna lie.
Keir Starmer gets up in Parliament today at PMQs, and the first word that comes out of his mouth is talking about Jamaica and the hurricane. Now, don't get me wrong, it's sad what happened out there. But what about what's happening here, mate? A British man, Wayne Broadhurst, was out walking his dog in Uxbridge, stabbed to death by an Afghan illegal migrant for nothing, right? A 14-year-old boy was also stabbed by him, and a 45-year-old bloke is now being left with life-changing injuries. So where's the outrage for them? Where's the compassion for our own? Not a single mention from Starmer, not one. He's too busy virtue signaling about another country while our people are being butchered in the streets by people who shouldn't even be here. Now, I'm sick to death of it, because ordinary working class people are the ones living through this chaos. The stabbings, the grooming gangs, the migrant hotels, while these politicians sit there in their fancy suits pretending everything's fine. Well, it ain't fine. Our country's falling apart, and the people running it care more about looking good on the world stage than they do about protecting their own citizens. Wayne Broadhurst should be trending, mate. His name should be shouted from the rooftops. But because it don't fit their agenda, you get nothing but silence. Keir Starmer, you are a disgrace. Start standing up for British lives, not just when it's convenient for your image. This is our country, and it's time we start putting our people first. You wanker. Do you know what?
Yeah, see, this is what happens when, yeah, he's right. I mean, like he said, don't get me wrong, like what's happening in Jamaica is sad. Pray for them, but yeah, it's just crazy, man. People losing their lives, people being affected by everything going on, and it's just sad. Shout out to those people he mentioned. God bless them. Hopefully they're okay. At the end of the day, it's very sad what's going on. People are just sleeping. Our leaders are, yeah. Just like here, people aren't getting EBT, but we're sending 40 billion to India or Argentina. At least with them being on a small island like that, it kind of seems like it would pass fast, right?
This is outside. I'm looking outside in my house, looking outside. And there are no rivers, anything like that near to me.
Yeah, man. Prayers for Jamaica, dog. And the crazy thing too is that they're this island in the middle of the ocean, so all that water, all the wind, you know, it's just gonna go right over the island, and it's just, oh man, I couldn't imagine living there right now. Prayers out to Jamaica. Holy crap, dude. You know, and the crazy thing is, too, is when you live in these areas, you got to consistently rebuild and do all these things because of the weather and the disasters going on. Yeah, this is crazy. Elon Musk's Starlink just made the service free to Jamaica and the Bahamas as Category 5 Hurricane Melissa makes landfall through the end of November. Pray for Jamaica. Pray for Jamaica, guys. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, I couldn't imagine going through all this stuff. Ball striker, they got mountains too. Yep. That'd be scary, I'm not gonna lie. Look at all those power lines. Like, look at what kind of a hazard it could be if all these broke and stuff, and we're in the water and. Imagine having kids in this house and stuff. That'd be crazy. Yo, this guy's out here just gooning, bro. He's out here just like, yo, I'm taking the best advantage of this. I'm gonna have fun. Like, oh my god, what is this guy doing?
My side, and you see that?
Where is he at? Like, what is this?
Yo! Wanna see that, my side? It's
crazy. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna get into the EBT situation. Let me get some stuff put up here. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, guys. Double tap that screen. Show some love and support. If you want to get you guys' name written down on the super chat wall, make sure you guys hit the super chat button. I got the marker right here to write you guys' name down. Any super chat can get your name written on the wall, but I do have a goal of 10 super chats, $5 and above. Help the movement. Help us continue to grow. Help the studio get better as well. Sorry. Okay, so let's go to... All right, I guess we can do this. Actually, we're going to go to this Trump speech real quick.
No good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government.
I agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea that economic...
Dude, I know it's in Jamaica. Oh my God, I was wondering where. Like, where was he at in Jamaica? Why were all the rocks there? Oh my God, this guy. You guys think that I'm just so stupid, don't you? Oh my goodness. Like, what part? Why is there so many rocks there? Why does it seem like the waves are crashing far away? I was just wondering what part. Seemed like he was having a good time. Oh, I told myself I wouldn't get triggered. Stop it. Just quit. Okay? I obviously know it's in Jamaica. I'm the one covering it. Jesus.
Country, the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs.
3,000 spin-off.
With 3,000 spin-off. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think
everybody who's new to the chat, make sure you guys hit that double tap your screen, get the likes up, show some love and support. We need what, to 38 more likes to get to 100 likes. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. And if you want to get your name written on the donor wall behind me, I got the marker right here. And we got the new webcam so it can follow me around as I write your name, and you can see me write your name. Bigger the super chat, bigger the name is on the donor wall. I'm trying to fill up the whole wall behind me around my See Me Now banner with donor names. I think it's a cool way to get you guys interacting with the channel, and a cool way to have you guys a part of history with the channel. Like, I just want to fill the wall up. It's gonna be so cool having so many names on there, and we're already getting so many names on there. So thank you guys so much for the love and support. Let's continue.
Think the ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government when they've been doing this to us for 40 years. That's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here. You know, for 150 years, they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level, using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same.
Sassy Cassie, from my knowledge, it's no taxpayer money, it's donors. Apparently, it's a bunch of donors donating to get it built. That's what I have gathered from it. But other than that, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what I heard, so.
By the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. You know, they've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no.
Maybe one more.
And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
One March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge. But very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to bring it to the beginning because we watched this already, but I don't know why it's not letting me bring it to the beginning. So
Is the president running for a third term here in the U.S.? That's about as clear as mud. Here's what he said just a few hours ago.
I have the best numbers for any president in many years, any president. And I would say that if you read it, it's pretty clear. I'm not allowed to run. It's too bad.
So he knows he's not allowed, right?
I think the president knows, and he and I have talked about the constrictions of the Constitution. So I don't see the path for that.
And for context, the House Speaker used to be a constitutional lawyer. In the meantime, Senator Tommy Tuberville, for the record, is not.
There's going to have to be an evaluation from President Trump's viewpoint to the Constitution. There'll be a lot of legal aspects to it. Will it happen? It's very unlikely, but don't ever close the book on President Trump.
Group chat is back. So I was watching your face going through this journey.
Yeah, thank you for taking us through that journey. That was beautiful. So I explained it. So I remember, and I'm old enough to remember early on, maybe just about 6 months ago.
Oh, that's what you mean by you remember.
I'm old enough to remember Bannon saying there's a way to get around it. Steve Bannon saying there's a way to get around it, and that was their plan. I don't know why the plan is now to walk it back and to say that this is not the plan, but I have a hard time believing that with the 2028 he's just trolling. He's very, very adamant about what he wants to do. Antoine's like, yes, Carrie.
Yeah.
I'm in full agreement with you.
Well,
I
then let Kristen jump in first. Look at that. We took a journey, and the House Speaker of all people, who is, would be integral to any process that involves like a constitutional amendment change, I have no idea, dismissed it and said this is just a thing to do to rile up Democrats. So what is the message to Democrats who say that's what we thought about, like, the electoral slate?
The process to change the Constitution would take years, first of all. So the idea that you're going to have allies in Congress trying to push through some kind of change to make this legal, I think is not going to happen. I think the other thing that's not going to happen is I don't think he's going to run in 2028. I do think this is trolling. He's selling hats on his website. He's bragging about, oh, this is, I think Mike Johnson in that press conference was like, it's the most popular selling hat. Like, they're doing this to stir people up. It's kind of working. And he acknowledged that it would be unpopular, not just in that clip from Air Force One there, but he also was asked about the sort of gambit where he would run as vice president.
I heard that.
And then they would step down, or he'd run as something else. And he even said, I don't think the people would like that very much. So
Which he rarely says, frankly.
But what is fascinating about Trump is he cares so much about being relevant. And normally a lame duck president is not. Normally, once you are in your last term, people have already begun to look who's going to be running in the primary, what's next, what's coming down the road. In some ways, it's a miracle of his ability to hold the narrative and hold attention.
Yeah, I've heard this theory that it blocks that lame duck narrative.
Sensi G, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you.
This is high-level political flirtation.
I mean, if anyone thinks that Trump's really trying to run for a third term, they're crazy. Obviously, just like how Obama kind of controlled the administrations after him, like, it was pretty obvious. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same way with the Republicans. Definitely not voting for Vance, though. Very sketchy guy. Don't know. It's going to be interesting when the next elections come up. Who's going to come and run? So, yeah. 35 more beautiful people just need to double tap that screen. Help me get to 100 likes. Just double tap your screen. If you don't like me, then just double tap my face. Act like you're hitting me, and you can get the likes up. Subscribe. Thank you to Sassy G or whatever for subscribing. I appreciate you. Welcome to the family. When I say family, I don't mean that lightly. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. God bless everybody. And yeah, if you guys want to get your name written on the donor wall, I have the marker right here. Help me fill up my wall behind me with donations. I do have a goal of 10 donations, $5 and above, but any super chat will get your name on the wall. So go ahead and feel free to send one through. I'm going to go let my dogs in real quick. I'll be right back. Gotta make sure the camera doesn't track me. I am back. All right, let's let this finish playing real quick.
At its best, I think this is about power and control for Donald Trump, because he is the leader of the MAGA movement, and no one could lead that movement in the way that he has. There's certainly connective tissue to Trump voters and disconnected tissue to traditional Republican voters. He knows that. And so he wants to be the person who anoints or sanctions the next leader of the Republican Party. So he's going to drag this out and drag this along. Now, here's the other thing. You cannot assume that the rule of law matters when you say the Constitution, because we've seen them buck the rule of law in many ways since Donald Trump has become president since January. And so we cannot assume anything. And then there's a school of thought in other circles that I've associated with and in, is that will we even have an election in 2028? And that's a real conversation in many places.
New this morning, after days of new speculation prompted by claims by his allies that President Trump could be allowed to seek a third term, this morning he seemed to rule it out.
I have the best numbers for any president in many years, any president. And I would say that if you read it, it's pretty clear I'm not allowed to run. It's too bad.
If you read it, it's pretty clear I'm not allowed to run. It's too bad. With us, Neil Chatterjee, Republican strategist and Democratic strategist and CNN political commentator Maria Cardona. So case closed. Maria, all the speculation over. Does this allay all your concerns?
Oh, absolutely it does, John. Just kidding. Look, just because Trump said it, you know, he's such a trustworthy guy. I don't think we can believe it. I think we all need to be on call, on alert, because there's been many things in the past that he has said he wasn't going to do, and he has done. He said that no one believed that he would send the military into cities. He said he's going to do that. No one believed that he would try to overturn a fair and free election by getting his supporters to attack the Capitol, and it happened. So I think we all need to be on alert. Yes, obviously the Constitution is very clear that he cannot run for a third term, but we're talking about a guy who does not give a crap about the rule of law. He has, completely eviscerated norms before. He has ignored judicial things that the judges have said he needs to do. So I would not be so quick to rule it out. Democrats are going to continue to be on alert, and the American people should as well.
I will say this is as far as he's gone here. This is by far the furthest he's gone out to say that he doesn't think he can do it. He said it's pretty clear. I appreciate what you're saying, Maria, but he has gone further than he has before here. And Neil, I want to take a slightly different take on this. David Urban was here yesterday, and he was speaking on TV the night before on this. And he said, no, Donald Trump's not going to seek a third term. But what people are missing here is the impact he's going to have on the election, even as he is not seeking a third term. We've never seen anything like this kind of impact. Can you imagine being a Republican running in the presidential primary in 2027 and 2028, where then President Trump, lame duck President Trump, will be live tweeting your events and your rallies, poking each of the candidates constantly all the time? What's that going to feel like for the other Republicans running in his shadow?
I mean, we don't have to project to 2027, 2028. We see it right now in primaries, right? You've got primaries in governor's races around the country, in House races, in Senate races, and everyone is clamoring for President Trump's endorsement, and he's pretty selective in allotting those endorsements out. And I think that will be the case heading into 2027 and 2028. People are going to seek that coveted endorsement. I thought it was notable that the president singled out two individuals, Vice President J.D. Vance as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as potential successors. That's almost like, the first step in this process. I think he's definitely going to have an impact on the race. And that's why I think he is having fun kind of trolling people about the possibility of running for a third term. He doesn't have to. And that's why I do take him at his word that he recognizes he can't run for a third term, because we got a great bench. Either Vice President Vance or Secretary of State Rubio or a number of other qualified Republicans are in the wings waiting to take on the mantle from the president. And so I think, Republicans remain confident, and President Trump is definitely going to have a hand in anointing his successor.
One of the most controversial members of Congress, Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, usually draws.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Here we are again. It's day 29 of the Democrat shutdown. And things are getting...
All right, guys. I hope you guys are having a good day. God bless everybody. Let's take a moment to have some donors come through. If anyone wants to super chat, get your name written on the wall. I have the marker right here. Become a part of the studio's history by super chatting. Get your name written on the wall. I'm trying to fill up the wall around my sign. Thank you for the 70 likes. We just need 30 more people to double tap that screen. Show some love and support. So you do not have to donate the $5. That's just a goal I have set up. There is 30 minutes left on the goal. So if you want to help me reach my goal, go ahead and donate through the goal. But any super chat will get your name written on the wall. So let's take 5 minutes. I'm going to start my timer right now on my phone. And if anyone wants to super chat, get your name written on the wall, we will do that right now. So let's get 5 minutes on the timer. All right. But anyway, shout out where you're from in the chat. I would love to know. I love to know where my people are from. When I say join the family, I don't mean that lightly. I always remember everybody's name, and I always make sure to interact with everybody. Sorry, I'm kind of off right now. I'm going through things to look up and to bring onto the stream. We have about 3 hours left of me being on here, 4 hours left. So support your boy by sending a super chat through, or you can copy and paste the link in my description and donate through Streamlabs, because YouTube does take a brutal 30%. But let's take a minute to plug the channel and let people try and show some love and support by super chatting and putting your name on the wall. So if I see any super chats come through, I will put the name on the wall. I do have the timer set, as you can see. So let's see if anyone wants to get their name on the wall and show some love and support. Shout out Chicago, Antonio. Hey, I got plenty of people that I love from Chicago. Much love. If anyone wants to send a super chat in right now, get your name written down on the wall in the studio. I have the marker right here. Show some love and support. I'm trying to fill the wall all around my sign with super chat names. So feel free to show some love and support by super chatting and sending a super chat through. Any super chat can get your name written on the wall. All right, guys, we got 3 minutes. Anyone want to send a super chat, get your name written on the wall. Got the marker right here. $29 more likes to get to 100. I appreciate y'all. Keep double tapping that screen. Super chat, super chat. Anyone want to get their name written on the donor wall? Send a super chat through now. $1 and above. I think the dollar is the least you can super chat. So any super chat will get your name written on the wall. It's beautiful outside today. Two minutes. 2 minutes. Send a super chat through. Get your name written on the wall. As you can see down here, I have plenty of names that are written down 2-3 times. Shout out to all my top donors who have super chatted many times. God bless everybody. Super chat, super chat. Send in your super chats. Get your name written on the wall. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Send your super chats in. Get your name written on the wall behind me, y'all. $45. Anyone want to support your boy, support the channel, send in a super chat. Anyone want to support your boy? $10. Anyone want to super chat? Get your name written on the donor wall. Alright, timer's over. Now let's continue. I'm just going to keep plugging my channel every now and then so we can get some super chats. Support your boy. As you guys know, my job fired me for telling the truth, for questioning things, and they found my YouTube channel and fired me. So I am just chasing my dreams full time, help an independent creator come up and help support the journey along the way. We're going up every single day, getting closer and closer to 10,000 subs. Then we're just getting closer and closer to 100,000 as we speak. We're going to get that silver plaque soon, and that will be behind me. So we're going to get into this. He is speaking about the Democrat shutdown, the Democratic government shutdown. But let's listen to this here.
We're getting really tough for the American people. The Democrats are coming near now to a cliff that they will not be able to turn back from. And it's of great concern to everyone who's paying attention to all this. You will note that more air traffic controllers and TSA agents and park rangers are about to go without a paycheck. You've got families and children that rely upon SNAP benefits that are going to go hungry here at the end of the week. You've got more critical workers, by the way, including the people who are the stewards of our nuclear defense arsenal, who are forced to stay at home as the government remains closed. The Democrats own every one of these consequences. So we want to point out a couple of important facts this morning for you. It's no coincidence that polling this week confirms that over 70% of the American people believe the Democratic Party is out of touch. And amazingly to us, still every day, they turn their backs on more and more hardworking American families to prolong their pain. And that is exactly what's being felt here. It is incredible to us that they've now voted 14 times between the House and Senate to reject the clean, simple funding bill that would simply reopen the government. 14 times they have thumbed their nose at the American people in spite of their pain that they themselves have acknowledged. And as we've explained here, the motivation behind that is very clear. And this is why the polling is indicating what it is. The people know the Democrats are responding to fear. It is their fear of the most radical far-left voices in their party that has made them decide to obey the demands of the far left and to shut down the entire government and thereby inflict all this pain on the people. And almost comically at this point, the Democrats...
Aiden Lilly, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you. Welcome to the See Me Now family. God bless you. Again, if you guys want to get your name written on the donor wall, I got the marker right here. Send through super chat. Support your boy, man.
They're still out trying to convince you that this is somehow Republicans' fault. But the facts are the facts, and the American people can see that very clearly. They see the truth. We brought you a handy scorecard here so you can, follow the votes. I mean, this is very simple. The votes to pay the troops and federal workers and continue SNAP benefits and get air traffic controllers and Border Patrol agents paid. This is the vote tally. You see the dates here. The House did our work back on September 19th, and we voted, Republicans voted yes. Democrats voted no on all those things, and the Senate has now done it an additional 13 times. These are the votes. No one can say that this is in any way the fault of Republicans. We have a clean, simple bill, and everybody knows it. House and Senate Democrats are openly admitting that this is their shutdown. You have seen the highlight reel of all of them stumbling into admitting that, and yet they're also incoherently claiming that the shutdown is somehow on the fault of the other party. And the people aren't buying it. And that's why the polling continues to show that the approval of Republicans in Congress is rising with each passing day, and the Democrats at the same time, Democrats in Congress have the lowest approval rating they have ever had since polling began, since recorded polling began on these metrics. And here's just an example yesterday. For example, CNN polling showed yesterday the approval of Republicans in Congress is up 8% since the shutdown began among independents. I mean, that's an important metric because people are paying attention. They understand what's happening and they see who is responsible. It's a really important thing to watch. Ronald Reagan used to remind us that you can always trust the American people, and we do. We trust their intelligence, and we trust their understanding of basic civics. In fact, we trust the American people's understanding of civics far more than the Democrats in this building right now. And a quick reminder of that is the people know that in the House of Representatives, you need a majority vote. You need 218 votes to pass legislation, to pass a clean continuing resolution to fund the government. That's exactly what we did on September 19th. They also know that in the Senate, you have to have 60 votes to pass substantive legislation. And we've only got 53 Republican seats. That means we need, by the math, at least 7 Democrats to join us to reopen the government. Now, in other words, the Democrats are the only reason that the government is closed, and there is no other way to spin that, to make something else true about it. And of course, the Democrats know all that. We've seen their party leaders, and we've now made their phrases and their comments famous here every morning. Chuck Schumer, Whip Catherine Clark in the House. They've openly admitted that they're using the pain of the American people as their leverage. Why? To show to their base that they're fighting. And they're counting on the American people not noticing all this. And that's the very reason why we have to come in here every morning and relay the simple truths. I mean, somebody handed me this as I was walking in here yesterday, according to the Media Research Center study, by a 2.5 to 1 margin, the Capitol Hill Press Corps has tweeted more about the House calendar during the shutdown than the negative consequences of the Democrat shutdown, than the troubles that we have, the hardships that are being experienced because of the troop pay and WIC funding and flights grounded and SNAP funding. You guys are writing more about the House calendar than the real pain that's being inflicted on the American people, and that's why we have to come in and relay the simple facts. Now, there's a misguided strategy that the Democrats are pursuing right now, and it reveals 2 important things that can't be glossed over. Number one, it shows they have no cards to play except to try to blame the other team, which is ridiculous, and it shows how little they think of the American people. They had a rally a couple weeks ago. They tried to portray President Trump as a king, and we pointed out, again, the obvious truth. If the president was a king, then the government would be open. He's been trying to do that, and low-income families would be getting the food assistance that they need by Saturday. Republicans cannot wave a wand and reopen the government on our own. We must have a handful of centrist Democrats in the Senate do the right thing. And any Democrat suggesting otherwise knows exactly what they're doing, and they insult the intelligence of the American people. And by the way, every reporter in this room when they do that. Unlike Democrats, Republicans have nothing to twist or spin. We are just simply here relaying the simple facts and the truth. And the American people are responding to that. And that's why the polling indicates that they trust us more than the other side, because we are the ones here telling you the truth. We have nothing to hide. They are trying to obscure the facts. And by the way, the biggest unions are beginning to say the same thing. On Monday, the largest union of federal workers, the American Federation of Government Employees, came out, as you saw, and publicly urged Democrats to join Republicans and pass the House's short-term funding bill. The union president said, quote, "A strong America requires a functioning government, one that pays its bills, honors its commitments, and treats its workforce with respect by paying them on time." Amen to that. Of course, we agree. But it wasn't just the AFGE. You had the same commentary, the same plea by the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Associations, the NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, the Allied Pilots Association, the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association, the leader of the Teamsters, and the New York Steamfitters Union. They're all coming out. These are the constituencies that the Democrats claim that they support, and that's why the unions came on side of the Republicans in the last election. They've had enough of this nonsense, and they've all called on Senate Democrats to end this shameful shutdown. And it is a shame. The Democrats need to be publicly prodded by their millions of hardworking Americans to just simply do the most basic function of their jobs. A rational person would read the pleas of the federal workers and conclude that it is time to end the charade and turn the lights back on, but the Democrats are not rational.
The fact that we have federal workers going to food banks and stuff is insane. The fact that we have air traffic controllers not getting paid is insane. The fact that we have people out here making videos to loot places is insane. The fact that we have people out here making videos that they're going to hunt down and eat crackers is insane, right? And I mean saltines, by the way. If you catch my drift. If you've been on Twitter, you know what I'm talking about. Insane. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's in a good position. I hope all you guys are blessed and are doing well. God bless everybody. I hope you guys know that Jesus is king. And we need to come together and just still remain calm through this crappy process that our leaders are taking us through. It's bull crap. And I'm tired of it. And I hope everybody and their families are doing all right. And why is my battery not charging? Hold on 1 second, guys. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna plug this in somewhere else. Give me 1 second. Shout out Finland, by the way. I have to clean my freaking studio up. My battery on my MacBook is not charging for some reason. No idea why. When it's plugged in. Why is it not charging? What is going on here? Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Hopefully it starts charging. I don't know why it says it's not charging. This is stupid.
Right now.
It's because of Streamlabs, but hopefully it stays on. I don't know. If it dies, I'm going to be upset, but it just went up a few percent, so hopefully it stays charging. No idea why it wouldn't be charging, so. But it went up a couple percent, so hopefully it stays on. Double tap that screen. We just need 25 more likes to get to 100 likes. Much love to everybody who is in here and supporting your boy. God bless everybody. Make sure if you want to get on the wall, on the super chat, on the donor wall, super chat wall, send a super chat through. I'll write your name down right now. Got a new webcam so it can follow me around as I do so. So that's good. Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy how everything's going, and it's sad. So God bless everybody, man. Will that make it charge? I don't know what the hell.
And they've deliberately ignored the plight of all these federal
I'm just
workers
gonna start
around
using
the
my
country.
MacBook Air.
People are going to remember this, and they should. I want to quote to you a
My
couple of
smaller
senators
MacBook
over there on the
works better than the
Democrat
MacBook
side.
Pro, which
Listen to
doesn't make
this
sense.
nonsense. Senator Mark Warner, the senior senator from Virginia, and this is noteworthy because Virginia is the state with the largest number of federal employees. He claims that federal workers want him to vote against reopening the government. He literally said, quote, "I think they want us to fight this." Fight what, Mark? What are you talking about? We have a clean CR. This is not a partisan dispute. It's ridiculous. Senator Tim Kaine is the junior senator from the same state of Virginia with the largest number of federal employees, and he said, quote, "I work very closely with them, and the AFGE would not want us to cut a deal." What the heck are you talking about, Senator? There is no deal here. We're not talking about a deal. We're talking about a clean CR that all of you voted for even as recently as this year. And here's my favorite one. This is the best quote. When asked about the AFGE statement from the big union, Senator Jeanine Shaheen said, quote, "I had a conversation with the president of AFGE earlier, right after the shutdown, and that was their position then." So let me just translate for you. Senator Shaheen spoke with the head of the largest federal employee labor union. The president of that union explained to her the harmful effects of a shutdown, and then Senator Shaheen went out and voted to close the government anyway, and continued to do that more than a dozen additional times. Senate Democrats knew the pain this would cause. They knew about the missed paychecks. They knew the uncertainty of making rent for so many people. They knew about the missed meals. They knew about delayed flights. They knew that our nuclear arsenal and our national defense would be negatively affected by this, and they did not care. They shut the government down anyway to appease the far-left voices of their base. And the Democrats have some soul-searching to do. Are they going to continue to do that? Are they going to run from the far left and do their bidding? Or are they going to do right by millions of federal workers and the American people who continue to show up to work daily without pay? Are they going to do right and reopen the government so that those people are taken care of instead of the Marxist far-left base in their party? That is the question. And we pray that Senate Democrats come to their senses before the situation becomes too dire. On Saturday, this gets very real. SNAP benefits will stop flowing to all those who need it. You're talking about tens of millions of Americans at risk of going hungry if the Senate Democrats can continue this gambit. Instead of taking a simple vote to fund the government, which Senate Democrats have now had more than a dozen opportunities to do, Democrat attorneys general are suing the federal government to try to compel SNAP benefits to flow despite the government being closed and despite the fact that there is no money to do that. Congress hasn't authorized that. The contingency fund for that was something they batted down when the Democrats decided to vote against the CR and shut the government. For Democrats, there's a much easier option on the table. Just go do your job and fully fund all these programs and all these categories of people by voting for the CR. That's it. You don't have to do anything for Republicans. Just do your job for your
All right,
constituents.
I think I fixed it.
Until Democrats recognize the pain that's gone on for so long, Republicans will be in their districts helping their constituents clean up the mess that Democrats are making and help them make ends meet and help them find the assistance, the food assistance and all these other things that they're going to have to rely upon. And joining us this morning to discuss the Democrats' shutdown impacts on our national defense and on foreign affairs is our great chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and a decorated veteran of the U.S. Army, our good friend, Chairman Brian Mast. Brian?
Thank you, Speaker. I think everything going on, it really puts an exclamation point on the fact that we have the greatest population anywhere across the globe. I do want to start just by saying thank you to all of our workers. We have workers whose lives are being very literally affected, and they're still coming to work every day. Those are really big, amazing people. That's our American workforce. So I just want to start by saying thank you to them, all of our TSA workers, all of our air traffic controllers, our ICE, our CBP, our State Department people that I deal with, and to put a point, maybe moving to State Department, because that's what I deal with the most, about the very serious stakes of what is going on right now. not just with people's lives and them not being able to pay their bills, but with what's going on across the globe. To juxtapose these positions, we have President Trump in Asia right now, very literally trying to make sure that the United States of America is not cut off from rare earth minerals or other things, which is what China is literally trying to do. That's why there was a threat of another 100% tariff, because China was sending around letters saying, all you neighboring countries don't sell to America. So the president is abroad trying to protect our homeland. And we have Democrats here at home doing everything that they can to weaken our homeland. That's a difference of values. And the stakes of those values is the future of the greatest country on the face of this earth. We should pray that our adversaries would be stupid enough to say they're going to prioritize funding feminism in Africa over the food stamps of their own people. They're not that stupid, but apparently Hakeem Jeffries is, and that's a real problem for all of us here. I was on the phone with an ambassador this morning. I'm not going to say where, but we have requests for people to leave embassies abroad because of very real threats that are going on. The people in that embassy are right now trying to figure out if they have cash funding to get fuel for vehicles or to have diesel to put in their generators because they don't have reliable electricity in the places that they're in. Those are the real world consequences. While they're also worrying about their paycheck isn't coming in, can their family back home buy groceries, pay their bill for student loans, pay for the fuel to get their kids to school, or the tuition at their children's school, or all the other things that they have to worry about while they're worrying about can they even get out of country. So those are the difference of values. I guess I would close it by saying this. We need 5 Democrat senators to pull their heads out of their asses and go work for the United States of America.
Thank you, Chairman Mast. Thank you for your service to our country and for keeping the focus where it needs to be on making sure America stays strong in the midst of turbulent times. And, you know, what's so sad about this shutdown is that we don't need to be in these turbulent times. It was a self-imposed wound that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer have imposed on the country. And if you look over this last month of the shutdown, you've seen Democrats literally playing a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde game with the American people. On one hand, they'll try to say, it's not us, it's the Republicans. Gee whiz, as the speaker talked about, oh, they control the House, Senate, and White House when they know that they are the ones that are shutting the government down. And then on the other hand, Mr. Jekyll's side, they're saying that they know that they're causing pain on the American people. They admit that there is suffering, but they're doing it for leverage. So you can't have it both ways, Chuck Schumer. You can't wake up one day and say you're going to try to blame it on the Republicans, and then on the next day, you're trying to say that, gee whiz, we know that we're causing these problems. They're admitting they're causing suffering on people, but they're doing it for leverage. And they can't even explain what that leverage is, because they just need to show their radical base that they're having a fight with Donald Trump. It's all it's been about from the beginning. You really want to know who's calling the shots in the Democrat Party? You saw it on the stage this past weekend. Bernie and AOC on the stage with the new leader of the Democrat Party, Mondami. Maybe Chuck Schumer's waiting for Mondami to let him know when he can open the government back up again. But families can't wait because the real suffering is going to begin. It's already been happening, but it really hits home this weekend when SNAP benefits run out. And they know that. But I'm going to go through some of the lies, the myths, the things that they say when they know better. Chuck Schumer just yesterday said, quote, Republicans are in charge of the White House, the Senate, and the House, but they're refusing to do their job. Now, Chuck Schumer's been in Congress since the 1980s. And he knows that every day he's been there, there's been a requirement that you need not not 51, not a majority like we need in the House. He was in the House where you did need a majority, and then he went over to the Senate where it's always been a requirement that you need a supermajority. And in fact, when they changed the rules, it's not a standard or a custom, it's an actual Senate rule that you need 60 votes. The rule used to be higher. And in 1975, many of you might have thought Chuck Schumer voted for that rule. He came in just a few years after. In 1975 is when they lowered the threshold to 60 votes. It used to actually be a higher standard in the rules. And so every day Chuck Schumer's been in Congress, it always took more than a simple majority, in fact, 60 votes to pass these kinds of bills through the Senate. And he knows that. So you'd ask, well, why is he trying to lie and mislead the American people? When he makes a statement like that, he knows he's trying to mislead the American people. And yet on other days, he does admit he knows he's causing suffering, but he's doing it for leverage. And so this game back and forth is what the American people are sick and tired of. Hakeem Jeffries, quote, "We didn't view the current bill as anything other than a partisan Republican spending bill." He knows good and well that it was a clean CR. If Democrats still to this day don't know the difference between a clean CR and partisan bills, did they stop reading the bills? Because they used to vote for these bills just since 2017. Go look at the facts. Speaker likes talking about the facts. Facts are important here. Since 2017, 30 different CRs, 30 times CRs have moved to keep the government open. And do you know 29 of the previous times Chuck Schumer's voted yes? 29. This 30th time is the only time Chuck Schumer has voted no. And of course you'd say, well, then what's changed if he's voted? 29 out of 29 times before this, he voted for clean CRs. What's changed? This is a clean CR. What's changed is the Democrat Party has changed. Mondami is now running the party. That party has changed. But the American people still have the same needs. The American people, again, the clean CR doesn't solve our differences. We still have big differences that we need to go negotiate, but let's just do it while the lights are on without the American people being held hostage. And of course, the final myth that's been out there for the beginning of this whole shutdown that we've debunked many times, that it's, quote, a total effing lie. That was Chuck Schumer's word. I think he actually used the word itself. That Democrats support free taxpayer-funded health care, free legals. That was Schumer saying that. And then, of course, when you read his alternative bill, his list of hostage demands, the $1.5 trillion spending bill, it includes in it a provision that repeals the verification we put in that says illegals can't get free health care. And CBO, not us, CBO said that would cost $200 billion in taxpayer health care benefits going to illegals. They know that. Of course they know it. And so why would they want to try to mislead the American people by over and over again making those statements? So here you can see it. Time and time again, the SNAP benefits comment the speaker talked about. They were warned in early October that 42 million people could be at risk in just weeks of losing their SNAP benefits if they didn't open the government. They knew that. And they want to play this game of chicken, this Jekyll and Hyde, one day trying to blame everybody but themselves, and then the other day taking ownership and admitting they're causing suffering, but they want to do it for leverage. You can't have it both ways. And more importantly, the American people are feeling the suffering. And this weekend, that suffering gets worse. And we have voted over and over again to prevent the suffering. It's not necessary. It shouldn't happen. And there's a way to avoid it. All they need to do is today, just 5 Senate Democrats need to get courage and say, we're not going to take our orders from Mondami or whoever else it is that are calling the shots over there. We're going to do the right thing and open this government back up so we can get into that negotiation over all of our differences, which are many, but just don't hold the American people hostage while that goes on. That'll bring up our whip. Tom Emmer.
The Democrats have no leader. No vision, no message. And nothing proves it more than the chaos they have caused with their needless government shutdown. We are now 29 days into this mess, and the Democrats have contradicted themselves every turn with no exit strategy in sight. They've tried to make their shutdown fight about health care, while simultaneously demanding that we cut $50 billion in rural health care and give taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens. Not to.
All right, we're gonna go over something else. I see something that I wanted to kind of switch over to, which is this. Bernie Sanders talking. I don't know if you got emergency message for America, U.S. government shutdown, whatever. We're gonna play this Bernie Sanders talk.
Tony Fabrizio, who is president.
If you guys want to get your name on the donor wall, send a super chat through. Any super chat will get your name on the donor wall. I appreciate every single person that does support me. I got a lot of names that are on there more than once. Help support the journey. As you guys know, this is my full-time job since someone found my YouTube at my old job and got me fired for my views and for what I do. So make sure you guys double tap that screen. Only 20 more double taps to get to 100 likes. Continue to support your boy. I got the marker right here, and my webcam will follow me as I write your name down. So make sure you guys send some super chats through. I got a 15 super chat goal. Help support your boy by funding the journey. God bless you guys.
Presidents in a very tightly controlled caucus who want to see the ACA tax credits extended. Here in the Senate, there's at least one Republican senator who understands that in his state, his people cannot afford a doubling of premiums. And my strong feeling is there are many, many other Republicans who are not excited about going home and explaining to their constituents why their premiums are doubling. Madam President, as the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, I asked people across the country in the last few days what these health care cuts that the Republicans are pushing would mean for them. We just sent out emails, and we've gotten many, many, many hundreds of responses. And we asked them, what would a doubling of health care premiums mean to your life and your family? What would it mean if you were one of the 15 million Americans thrown off of healthcare through cuts in Medicaid? What would it mean to you if the rural hospital near you shut down because of these Medicaid cuts? And in less than a week, we received responses, many hundreds, from 42 states and the District of Columbia. And today, we are releasing a report that describes the devastating human impact of the Republican budget and its massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. And here is just some of what we found. People are afraid that they could get sicker or even die. Laura, I won't give her last name, from Wisconsin said, and I quote, "I live in fear of whether or not I will be able to afford my life-saving treatment. I have a rare kidney disease that requires immunotherapy every 9 months. I am terrified I will die," end quote.
Yeah, I'm not even going to give my opinion on Bernie Sanders because I'm not trying to be called anything to chat today. But, yeah.
And we got a lot of those. People who are dealing with very serious illnesses who, in fact, will die. They will die if they cannot afford health insurance, and they will not be able to afford health insurance if their premiums double or if they're thrown off of Medicaid. But it's not just the fear that people will die or get sicker because they lack health care. All over this country, working class Americans will not be able to afford the food they need, pay their rent or their mortgage, or health care. Brittany from Utah writes, quote, "I am already living paycheck to paycheck. I have insurance for myself and my two sons.
Like you're not a part of that
just
too,
bought a
Bernie.
house that we can barely afford." End of quote. So she's hanging on the edge. She has to pay more for health care. Maybe she loses her house. Sebastian from Colorado writes, quote, I don't make enough to afford rent and food and health insurance. Only 2 of those things do I need to survive. These cuts make it even more impossible to turn things around and get a handle on health issues. End of quote. In other words, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Today, they can't afford housing. Today, they can't afford childcare. Today, they can't afford good quality food for their kids. Today, they can't afford to send their kids to college. Double health care premiums, and these families are going to be in disastrous shape. Cara from Vermont said, quote, she was shocked by the warning about the loss of the advanced federal subsidy. Rather than a premium of $100 a month, I could be paying more than $1,200 a month, or 35% of my income, and that's before deductibles and copays. And by the way, when we talk about a doubling of health insurance premiums, that's on average. Some people will pay less, some people will pay a lot more. Small business owners are concerned they will have to shut down. Joe from Pennsylvania writes, quote, I'm a small business owner, and if my health care costs continue to rise, I will be forced to close my business and look for a job if I can find one, end quote. Patricia from rural California writes, quote, if our local clinics and hospitals close, as they are likely to do, with federal funding disappearing, along with health insurance becoming unaffordable, people will die, end quote. She's right. On average, healthcare premiums will double. But here's what happens when it is not average. If you are living in Virginia, your premium
16 more double taps will be at 100 likes. Thank you guys so much for the love and support.
is almost like quadrupling of what you're paying. If you live in Idaho, your premiums can go up from $283 a month to $407 a month. If you live in the state of Georgia, your family could see their premiums go up from $940 a month today to over $4,000 a month. Madam President, at a time when people today cannot afford health care, the idea of doubling, tripling health care premiums is insane. It is unacceptable, and no member of the United States Senate should support that. So, Madam President, no.
I can't believe that we even have to pay for healthcare. Like, yeah, we gotta pay. You know, if you're dying, you gotta pay to be you know, saved. You gotta pay to be healthy. Like, we should want all of our Americans to be healthy. We should want everybody to receive the adequate care that they need, no matter what condition they're in or anything like that. I just think that when it comes to being sick, or it comes to being a person that has an illness or getting healthcare in general, I think it should be free. That's my opinion, straight up, because you want your citizens to be healthy, right? Capitalism in healthcare is ridiculous.
When the United States Congress has got to look beyond their campaign contributors, has got to look behind the...
That's why they hold back certain cures. That's why they hold back certain ways to make you better, so they can continue to get money off you being sick, right? Freaking fly.
Oligarchs who fund their campaigns, and have got to begin standing up for ordinary Americans. Our job is to improve a broken healthcare system and guarantee healthcare to all. Our job is not to throw 15 million people off healthcare and double premiums for more than 20 million, to shutter nursing homes, community health centers,
Thank you to
and rural hospitals.
Lanita Rankins
The choice
for the
is
subscription.
clear.
I appreciate you, girl.
Let
Much
us
love, much
stand
love.
with the
God
American
bless.
people. Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, they run the government, and they have the responsibility to keep the government open. And in that light, it might be a good idea, a radical idea, but in the midst of the crises that we are facing, it really might be nice for Speaker Johnson to actually bring House members back to Washington after their 18-day vacation. The American people are nervous about this shutdown. Federal employees are deeply disturbed. People are frightened. Republicans in the House should return to work. Madam President, as we all know, Senate rules require a 60-vote majority in order to pass a budget, 60 votes. And that means that passing a budget requires bipartisan support. That is why decades ago, the rules were established. It is very rare that one party has more than 60 votes. So if you need 60 votes, it means that you have to compromise, you have to negotiate. When Democrats were in power, they had to work with Republicans to get the 60 votes. When Republicans in the past were in power, they had to work with Democrats to get the 60 votes. That's the way it worked. But not now. This time around, Republicans have refused to negotiate. Basically, what they are saying is it is their way or the highway. Take it or leave it. So, Madam President, within that context of Republicans refusing to negotiate, what is this shutdown about? What are the major issues that separate the parties? Well, it is not complicated. Madam President, as everybody in America knows, our healthcare system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world, but we are the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. And in fact, our health care outcomes are worse in most cases than other major countries. It is a broken system. Today, in the richest country on earth, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. And that results in some 60,000 Americans dying every single year unnecessarily because they can't afford to go to a doctor. We pay the highest prices in the world for healthcare. It is unbelievable and unsustainable. We are now spending over $14,000 for every man, woman, and child. When you throw in Medicare, Medicaid, employer-covered health care, individual costs, over $14,000. That is insane, almost twice as much as other countries around the world. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford to go and fill the prescription their doctors write. In America today, in our great country, we don't have enough doctors. People all over America, in Vermont, all over America, have to wait months to get in to see a specialist. We don't have enough nurses, massive nursing shortage. We don't have enough dentists. We don't have enough mental health counselors. And our life expectancy, how long we live, is substantially lower than other major countries, despite the fact that we spend so much more. Now, given that reality, given that our healthcare system is broken, one might think that the issue we are debating today is how do we improve it? How do we make sure that in America we appreciate healthcare as a human right, which it is? How do we guarantee healthcare to every man, woman, and child in a cost-effective way? In my view, that is moving toward a Medicare for all single-payer system. Other people got ideas, bring them forward. Healthcare is a human right. But that is not the debate we are having now. The debate we are having now is not how we improve a broken healthcare system, but how we prevent a broken healthcare system from becoming even worse. And I will tell you, Madam President, as the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, somebody who has studied this issue for a while, I fear very much that if we do not stop Trump's attack on the American healthcare system, the entire system could collapse. We are on the verge of that right now. People can't afford healthcare, people can't find doctors, people can't find mental health counselors, people can't afford prescription drugs. We have a drug epidemic. We are on the verge of collapse. Madam President, what this debate is about in Florida and Vermont and all over this country is if Republicans get their way and if Democrats cave in, health insurance premiums will double for over 20 million people on the Affordable Care Act. Yes, you heard right. 20 million people will see a doubling of their health care premiums. You can't afford health care now? Of course you can. It's outrageously high. That's not Bernie Sanders talking. That is the Kaiser Family Foundation study. That is one of the most conservative members, Republican members of the House, Marjorie Taylor Greene, making that point. A doubling of health insurance premiums. Does any member of the United States Senate want to go home to their district and explain why you're going to double premiums? But it's not just
11 more double taps
raising
will be
the
at 100
outrageous
likes,
cost
guys.
of
Thank you
healthcare in
guys so
America
much.
even higher. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful bill, 15 million Americans are going to be thrown off of the health care they have because Trump and the Republicans made the largest cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in American history. And let us be very clear. These cuts not only impact 15 million Americans, that would be a tragedy unto itself. They will devastate nursing homes right now. The situation of nursing homes in Vermont, and I expect many other states in this country, is a disaster. They are understaffed. Nursing homes in an aging society are shutting down. Where will people who are old and can't take care of themselves, who are disabled, what happens to them if the nursing home industry collapses in America? Community health centers, something that I've worked on for many years to increase funding. Over 32 million people access community health centers. They provide primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, lower cost prescription drugs. They will suffer enormously, cut back on services, perhaps shut down because of that legislation if we do not deal with that. Rural hospitals, Republicans say, oh, we put $50 billion into rural hospitals. Yeah, but you cut $150 billion. And all over this country, rural hospitals are teetering on the edge. Many of them have already closed down over the years.
9 more double taps will be at 100 likes. Thank you guys so much. God bless
State
you
of
guys.
Vermont, you want a hospital nearby? Well, that hospital may not be there. Now, why did Trump and the Republicans make these massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act? And the answer is not complicated. It was important for them to provide $1 trillion to the top 1%. $1 trillion. Massive cuts to healthcare, $1 trillion in tax breaks.
I'm going to let this play while I go take a bathroom break real quick. I'll be right back.
Does not need another tax break. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of America. Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Never before have we seen such income and wealth disparity. Republicans said we're going to massively cut Medicaid, ACA, in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in America. But the issue that we are debating, Madam President, is not just healthcare, as enormously important as that is. What we are talking about is whether we are going to allow our country to move toward an authoritarian society run by a president who is a megalomaniac, who wants more and more power in his own hands, who does not respect the rule of law or the Constitution of the United States of America. It is not acceptable to me that our president is putting federal troops on city streets throughout America without a request
Thank you so much to Ryan
from a
Moore
governor
for the
or a
subscription.
mayor,
God bless
trying
you.
to create
Welcome to the family.
provocations.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I do agree with the troops being sent to the streets. Okay, that's one thing I do agree with. It is within the Constitution that he's doing that. So,
Trying to create disturbances so we could use military force against the American people. Madam President, we cannot allow masked ICE
7 more
agents
double taps. We'll be at
to
100
snatch
likes. Thank you
people
guys
off
so
of
much.
our
God bless you
streets
guys.
without due process. We cannot continue to allow President Trump to undermine the Constitution and the rule of law by refusing to spend.
To me, I just think that all of these guys like say these problems and like say all this stuff, but they just accuse each other of what the hell they're doing. Like they're literally doing it too. So they're all a part of it. So it's like they're just like being hypocrites. It's like, oh yeah, you're doing this, and he's bad for doing this, but hey, I'm doing it too, right? Like, oh my God, bro. You guys are just like, he's insane. Like that. This is like, they're all the same people. Like they're all guilty of what they're accusing everybody else of. That's how I look at it. I agree with Trump sending out ICE. I agree with him sending out the military, because there needs to be order in this country. When we were declaring the cartels as a terroristic group, they had people putting hits on people in the United States because they had so many immigrants come through when the border was open. It is scary to think about how many sleeper cells there could be here, or how many people that they have here that just within a flick of a second could do something. They arrested a guy because he had a $50,000 bounty on someone. Like, to me, it just, all this stuff that they say in these meetings is just in one ear, out the other. You guys, if he was in office, he'd probably do some dumb stuff too. Like, they all do this stuff. And we just gobble it up as citizens and think and take our positions and take our sides. When in reality, they're all the same. It's just, which evil do you want? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just think it's ridiculous. He's not, his hands aren't clean either.
In the Senate, there's at least one Republican senator who understands that in his state, his people cannot afford a doubling of premiums. And my strong feeling is there are many, many other Republicans who are not excited about going home and explaining to their constituents why their premiums are doubling. Madam President, as the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, I asked people across the country in the last few days what these health care cuts that the Republicans are pushing would mean for them. We just sent out emails, and we've gotten many, many, many hundreds of responses. And we asked them, what would a doubling of healthcare premiums mean to your life and your family? What would it mean if you were one of the 15 million Americans thrown off of healthcare through cuts in Medicaid? What would it mean to you if the rural hospital near you shut down because of these Medicaid cuts? And in less than a week, we received responses, many hundreds, from 42 states and the District of Columbia. And today, we are releasing a report that describes the devastating human impact of the Republican budget and its massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. And here is just some of what we found. People are afraid that they could get sicker or even die. Laura, I won't give her last name, from Wisconsin said, and I quote, "I live in fear of whether or not I will be able to afford my life-saving treatment. I have a rare kidney disease that requires immunotherapy every 9 months. I am terrified I will die," end quote. And we got a lot of those. People who are dealing with very serious illnesses, who in fact will die. They will die if they cannot afford health insurance, and they will not be able to afford health insurance if their premiums double or if they're thrown off of Medicaid. But it's not just the fear that people will die or get sicker because they lack health care. All over this country, working class Americans will not be able to afford the food they need, pay their rent or their mortgage, or health care. Brittany from Utah writes, quote, "I am already living paycheck to paycheck. I have insurance for myself and my 2 sons, just bought a house that we can barely afford," end of quote. So she's hanging on the edge. She has to pay more for health care. Maybe she loses her house. Sebastian from Colorado writes, quote, "I don't make enough to afford rent and food and health insurance. Only 2 of those things do I need to survive. These cuts make it even more impossible to turn things around and get a handle on health issues," end of quote. In other words, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Today, they can't afford housing. Today, they can't afford childcare. Today, they can't afford good quality food for their kids. Today, they can't afford to send their kids to college. Double health care premiums, and these families are going to be in disastrous
5 more double taps. We
shape.
got 100 likes, guys. Thank you
Cara
guys so
from
much.
Vermont said,
6 more.
quote, "She was shocked by the warning about the loss of the advanced federal subsidy. Rather than a premium of $100 a month, I could be paying more than $1,200 a month, or 35% of my income, and that's before deductibles and copays." And by the way, when we talk about a doubling of health insurance.
In a minute here, we're going to be doing a plug to get some donations, get the donation wall fuller, get some names on the donor wall. So let's keep watching this. We're going to do a little donor wall moment.
Are concerned they will have to shut down. Joe from Pennsylvania writes, quote, "I'm a small business owner, and if my health care costs continue to rise, I will be forced to close my business and look for a job if I can find one," end quote. Patricia from rural California writes, quote, "If our local clinics and hospitals close, as they are likely to do, with federal funding disappearing, along with health insurance becoming unaffordable, people will die," end quote. She's right. On average, healthcare premiums will double. But here's what happens when it is not average. If you are living in Virginia, your premiums could go up from less than $650 a month today to nearly $2,200 a month next year. $650 to $2,200. That is not a doubling. It's almost a quadrupling of what you're paying. If you live in Idaho, your premiums could go up from $283 a month to $407 a month. If you live in the state of Georgia, your family could see their premiums go up from $940 a month today to over $4,000 a month. Madam President, at a time when people today cannot afford health care, the idea of doubling, tripling health care premiums is insane. It is unacceptable. And no member of the
Sorry, I
United
keep
States
getting up, you
Senate
guys. I'm cooking
should
myself a
support that.
steak real quick. I'm freaking starving.
So, Madam President, no, I am not going to go back to Vermont and tell the people there that I have thrown 15 million Americans off the health care that they have. At a time when studies indicate that will mean that tens and tens of thousands of people will die as a result. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to vote for a healthcare situation which doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. So, Madam President, we are where we are right now. And the time is now when the United States Congress has got to look beyond their campaign contributors, has got to look behind the oligarchs who fund their campaigns, and have got to begin standing up for ordinary Americans. Our job is to improve a broken healthcare system and guarantee healthcare to all. Our job is not to throw 15 million people off healthcare and double premiums for more than 20 million, to shutter nursing homes, community health centers, and rural hospitals. The choice is clear. Let us stand with the American people. Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, they run the government, and they have the responsibility to keep the government open. And in that,
what about the responsibility of the other 6, 7 donors, or not donors, voters that need to get the 60 votes, right? What about that? What about, it's like, you know, when you're trying to get someone to be guilty and there's one juror hanging out, and then it's like, come on, how do you know, what can I do to make you vote to, you know, make them good? What can we do to make you Democrats vote to reopen the government? What can we do? What can we do? I'm so sick of hearing that, oh, it's the Republicans, it's the Republicans, it's the Republicans. Bro, it's like, it's always pointing the finger. But remember, when you point a finger, there's 4 fingers pointing back at you. So why don't you go tell your Democratic constituents to vote yes on reopening the government? They're trying to destroy Trump's economy. They're trying to make it so he looks like the president that made all this chaos happen. When they want to take funding out of hospitals, they want to take money out of healthcare. Why don't the Democrats stop with the egregious agreement that they want to come to and just open the government again so they can stop playing the blame game? You know, you guys are up there still getting paid and playing the blame game when there's people out here that are not going to be able to get money and not going to be able to get food coming Saturday. And you guys are a bunch of children playing the blame game. Our government is filled with a bunch of fucking children. It's ridiculous. Whether you're right or you're left, we all can pretty much agree that our people need to at least get some sort of support and not be thrown under the bus, right? I mean, you guys want to give illegal immigrants more than you give the U.S. citizens, more than you give our veterans. I mean, it's ridiculous. We got veterans who are defending this country, who are putting their lives on the line, who are not going to be paid. Some of them overseas, some of them here, some of them there. And you guys are playing the blame game. It's ridiculous. Why don't you guys just quit blaming each other and start focusing on what's right for our country? Oh, wait, you don't care about the citizens. You only care about, wait, what? Yourselves. And this goes for everybody at the top. It's just insane how crazy and delusional these people are when it comes to they need 60 votes. And it's the Democrats that are holding out. Oh my goodness. But regardless of who's holding out, our people need help. Our people need to be taken care of as well. Stop taking care of other countries. Stop taking care of these stupid freaking wars that we shouldn't even be fighting in and take care of our own people. Appreciate that, Sonny Key. I appreciate you. Take care of our own damn people. When is the American interest gonna come first? Instead of sending $40 billion to Argentina. Instead of sending billions overseas to proxy wars and all this other stuff. All the money you're sending everywhere but the United States could be taking care of our people and taking care of our problems here. And you guys are playing with people's lives. And you know what happens if our country collapses? Oh, back then in the Great Depression, like AJ said, people at least had some dignity and they had themselves together. So it was still bad. But you know what's going to happen now? It's already being shown on the internet. People calling for looting, people calling for violence, this, that, and the third. America first, American first, and put Americans first. The same people you want to send out to war are the same people you're taking money from. The same people you want to send out to risk their lives are the same people that are not going to be getting a paycheck. We have veterans that can't get the proper counseling, and their unaliving rates are getting higher and higher. We have people on the streets that can't get the proper... Let me stop. We have people on the streets that can't get the proper care because you guys are more worried about giving other people care. That's like saying I have kids and I'm more worried about the kids across the street. The new kid in town, you're just going into the abyss. Have a good time. God bless everybody. Thank you for the 100 likes. Keep double tapping that screen. Show some love and support. America first.
For over 20 million people on the Affordable Care Act. Yes, you heard right. 20 million people will see a doubling of their health care premiums. You can't afford health care now? Of course you can. It's outrageously high. That's not Bernie Sanders talking. That is the Kaiser Family Foundation study. That is one of the most conservative members, Republican members of the House, Marjorie Taylor Greene, making that point. A doubling of health insurance premiums. Does any member of the United States...
Let me get American flags spammed in the chat. Spam American flags in the chat, man. America first. God bless our people. God bless our country. More importantly, God bless the next generations that are coming up that we are playing with the lives of. We're playing with the future of our children. God bless America.
State Senate want to go home to their district and explain why you're going to double premiums. But it's not just raising the outrageous cost of healthcare in America even higher. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful bill, 15 million Americans are going to be thrown off of the health care they have because Trump and the Republicans made the largest cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in American history. And let us be very clear. These cuts not only impact 15 million Americans, that would be a tragedy unto itself. They will devastate nursing themselves who are disabled. What happens to them if the nursing home industry collapses in America? Community health centers, something that I've worked on for many years to increase funding. Over 32 million people access community health centers.
The election, and we had a great election, and the spirit in our country is like incredible. If you compare that, we lost a lot of spirit in our country. Our country is depressed. They were very depressed, and they had a right to be. But around the world, we're signing one trade deal after another to balance our relationships on the basis of reciprocity, very important word. On this trip alone, I've signed groundbreaking agreements with Malaysia, Cambodia, Japan. Our deal with the Republic of Korea will be finalized very soon, like moments or very shortly thereafter. These agreements will be incredible victories for all of us because everyone is better off when we have stable partnerships, not plagued by chronic problems and imbalances. You know, probably you know that President Xi of China is coming tomorrow here, and we're going to be, I hope, making a deal. I think we're going to have a deal. I think it'll be a good deal for both. And that's really a great result. You know, that's better than fighting and going through all sorts of problems and, you know, no reason for it. I think it's going to be a great deal for both, so I'll be meeting him tomorrow. A lot of people are interested.
I'm going to go grab
they're
my
also
steak.
interested in what we're doing, but they're interested in that, I can tell you a lot. The world is watching, and I think we'll have something that's very exciting for everybody, and that's also good for South Korea. It's good for all nations. We're ending gaping trade deficits, unfair trade barriers to market access, insecure supply chains, weak, pathetic supply chains, and much, much more. We had such bad supply chains under the last administration. It was embarrassing. And we're entering a new era of trade that truly works for both sides. Got to work for everybody. You know, deals have to be good for everybody. I've heard that all the time, and I never really believed it, I'll be honest. I said, if you make a great deal. The best deals are deals that work for everybody, especially when you're talking about nations. You know, when you're talking about nations, it really is a little bit different than you're doing a business deal and you want to just rip their hearts out, right? These guys know what I mean. They've ripped out so many hearts. But when you have nations, it's a little bit different, you know? You gotta all balance out a little bit. When I announced reciprocal tariffs last April, some people thought it was wonderful, and others really weren't so sure. They weren't sure. They didn't understand tariffs because tariffs were used against us. We didn't use tariffs stupidly. And we do now. National security. This week we proved once and for all that there were no critics left. The only critics are people that took advantage of us for many years, and now they're not able to do that. The deals we're signing with our friends and partners are making our alliances closer and stronger than ever before, and they respect us because it was so foolish. The people that ran our country were so foolish. With these agreements, our nations will extend our vital security alliances into the realm of economic security for the first time ever. We're forging new partnerships on strategically important industries like shipbuilding, energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, and, you know, very important pharmaceuticals. We learned that during COVID. We had to rely on other countries to give us pharmaceuticals. You can't do that. You have to, certain industries you want to have there. You want to have your medicines made ideally in your own country. Many of our agreements also include deepening collaboration of industries of the future, such as nuclear, quantum, artificial intelligence, where America is number one by a lot. Actually, we're really number one by a lot. We're number one in military consequence. We're number one in military in the quality of the weapons. That's why everyone wants to buy for us. I'll tell you what we have a long lead on is submarines, nuclear submarines. We are so far advanced that by perhaps 20, 25 years. We're 25 years ahead of any competition. And not only are the tariffs strengthening our alliances, they're also bringing peace to the world. On Sunday in Malaysia, we signed the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords, ending forever the war between Cambodia and Thailand. Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's interesting. We're making trade deals with Cambodia and with Thailand, and I sort of watch what I do. I don't go to the beach and sleep all day. I like to watch. And I see Cambodia, Thailand, among many other nations. And this is true for numerous other deals, too. But I see Cambodia, Thailand, and I read a front-page story about the fact that there were thousands of dead people along the border. And they fought for a long time. And I said, wait a minute, we're making deals? And they're starting a war? They were just starting, and it was vicious. Thousands of people were killed along the border, their two borders. And I said, let's call the head.
Double tap that screen, guys.
Either one. I called them. They were
Double tap that screen. Thank you for the 105 likes, guys. Let's keep running it up. You guys got me for another hour and a half or so. Sorry, I'm just eating a steak right now. I'm starving. Trying to eat healthier and get back to that winter mode where I'm bulking and stuff. But yeah, God bless everybody who's in here. Jesus is King. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Double tap that screen. Once you hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so I can see your guys' faces in here in every single live. If you guys want to get your name on the donor wall behind me, we're going to be taking a minute after I'm done with my steak to get some donor names on the wall. I got the marker right here. New webcam allows it to track me while I am writing it down, so you can actually see me write it down. The donor wall is growing quick. We got a lot of people who are donating. We have a goal up of 15 donations. Any donation will achieve the goal. It's any color. So yeah, support the channel, support the movement, and support the growth so we can continue to grow the studio and grow the everything about the channel. We're on the road to 10,000 subs, man. We've gained like 20, 30 subs so far this stream, so I appreciate everybody. Excuse me. Thank you guys so much. And you guys are the best, man.
both instances, trade has played a big part in getting those wars ended. On top of it all, tariffs now projected to reduce our deficit by $4 trillion over the next 10 years, and I think actually much more than that. That's national security, because you can't have deficits and you can't have debt all over the place. And it stops inflation and strengthening the dollar and ultimately balancing our federal budget, which I think we're going to do very quickly, only because of our policy of fair tariffs. And for any company that does not wish to pay the tariff, I say, you could build your factory in America. If you build your factory in America, there is zero tariffs. But, again, going back to the wars, it's so important. If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship. Likewise, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is a great guy, and the Field Marshal, they have a Field Marshal. You know why he's a Field Marshal? He's a great fighter. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And so I know them all. And I'm reading that 7 planes were shot down. They're going at it, and they're really starting to go. And it's a big thing. These are 2 nuclear nations, and they're really going at it. And I called Prime Minister Modi. I said, we can't make a trade deal with you. No, we must make a trade deal. I said, no, we can't. You're starting a war with Pakistan. We're not going to do it. And then I called Pakistan. I said, we're not going to do trade with you because you're fighting with India. And, 2 nuclear nations. And they said, no, you should let us fight. They both said that. They're warring. They're strong people, I'll tell you what. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer. He's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know. But after a little while, and they're good people, and after literally 2 days, they called up and they said, we understand, and they stopped fighting. How is that? Isn't that amazing? Now, you think Biden would have done that? I don't think so. Most people wouldn't have thought of it, but, they wouldn't have thought of it. No, but here we are, we're doing deals. So you add an extra sentence, and you say you have to stop shooting at each other. 7 planes were shot down. You have to stop the war. And they stopped the war. And if it weren't for the tariffs, I said I was going to put 250% tariffs on each country, which means that you'll never do business. In other words, there's nothing you can sell for 250%. That means that's a nice way of saying we don't want to do business with you. You don't have to say that, because that's a nasty, we don't want to do business. No. You say we're going to put 250% tariffs if you don't stop the war. And they understood that, and within 48 hours we had no war, no people killed. I mean, it's makes me feel so good. It's we saved millions and millions of lives with all of them. Azerbaijan. If you look at it, just take a look at that one. That was going on for, I think, 38 years, right? And President Putin called me. He said, "It's amazing. It's amazing. We couldn't get that war stopped. 38 years it went on, millions of people killed, and we got it done. And the 2 countries came in, and they were in the White House, and they started off here." And they got closer, 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 closer. After an hour, they were hugging each other in peace. It was amazing, actually. It was beautiful to see two very good countries, two very good leaders. One was there for 22 years, one was there for 7. And they both said, my entire political life, all I did was shoot people on the other side. And we got it closed up. And we did that 8 times. The only one I didn't do is Russia, Ukraine, but that'll get done too. That'll get done. I thought that was going to be an easy one because of my relationship with President Putin. He turned out to be a little different, but I think it'll get done. It's would have never started if I were president. That war would have never, ever started. So we've used trade to create peace in a lot of different locations. We also solved the war in Africa, Congo, Republic of Congo, and Rwanda. That was much smaller to do with trade, more to do with common sense. They were fighting for years. 10 million people were dead, and we got that one done too. So we did a lot of them. We did 8 in 8 months. And I think the other one's going to come along. I really think so. I thought that would have been one of the easier. Who would have thought we created peace in the Middle East but didn't get Russia and Ukraine? Because peace in the Middle East was undoable. They're shaking their heads. They're agreeing. It was undoable. We got it done. 3,000 years, okay? They never had peace. They never had anything like it. We have all countries signed up, and the level of spirit and everything. I think it's gonna hold for a long time, hopefully forever. Hopefully that's an everlasting one too. So in conclusion, at some point in your careers, every great business person and CEO in this room today has faced critics who said reform, innovation, and bold action would only lead to a total disaster, but none of us would be.
Yeah, I don't think there's much peace in the Middle East when the ceasefire keeps getting broken and then reinstated. I mean, what was the, let me go read the, what was the thing I was watching or looking at? I was going to pull it up here. Here it is. Or hold on here. They had literally just bombed Palestine. Like, let's see here. All right. So Israel has violated the ceasefire 47 times since it began. 38 Palestinians killed, 143 wounded. So I don't think that sounds much like peace, does it?
Here. Good, beautiful place, by the way. We're strengthening old friendships, forging new bonds, building new factories, pioneering new industries, and creating a dramatically better world for our children and for generations to come. Together we will build a future of strong, independent nations on both sides of the vast ocean, joined by our common interests, united by common values, and reaching constantly toward a richer, safer, and more peaceful Pacific with fairness, persistence, and common sense. That's such an important 2 words. We will build together, we will trade together, we will prosper together,
Shout out
we will
Amanda,
thrive
welcome in.
together,
God
and
bless
above
everybody
all,
that's
we
new to
will
the chat.
win together like never before. We're going to have an incredible relationship together for generations to come. And I just want to thank everybody in the room. I know so many of you. You're incredible people. God bless you. God bless the nations of this great region, and be back with so many visionary innovators and titans of industry, the most brilliant in the world, actually. So many different locations, and they come from all over, but this is a very special country.
Can be made, and we believe that layoffs are imminent. They are unfortunately a consequence of this government shutdown. Ed.
So you talk about the layoffs being imminent. Is there a percentage then of reduction that the White House is looking for of workforce?
I don't have a specific percentage for you.
Can I ask, what about China, if I could? So China has not made one soybean purchase this year for the United States. I talked to
So apparently she storms out. It says White House Live. Caroline Leavitt storms out of press briefing.
farmer yesterday who has about 1,000 acres in Iowa and says this is just,
Thank you so
just
much,
killing
Boof.
her.
I
Now, the
appreciate
president has
you.
been talking to President Xi. Could China not buying agriculture affect a possible meeting with the president? Would he not meet with Xi because China has refused to buy soybeans from the U.S.?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president and make a determination on that from this podium, but what I can tell you is that supporting America's farmers and doing what's best for them is at the top of the president's priority list, and it's at the top of the list for this
Is it? Is it? Is it? Is it? Is it really? Why didn't that 40 billion go ahead and go to our farmers then? Answer that one.
administration right now. There have been several very high-level meetings on this
Thank you,
very
CS,
topic.
for the subscription.
We want
God
to help
bless.
our farmers, and we're exploring the best ways to do that. And I would anticipate there will be more to come on that very soon.
Send a message to the Chinese president.
Look, I just shared that message. The president wants what's best for America's farmers. Sean.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hi.
2 things to ask you about.
Sure.
First thing, I want to ask about this video that the president posted the other day. It was an AI deepfake of himself talking about something called med beds. What was he trying to communicate to the public there, and why did he delete it?
I think the president saw the video and posted it and then took it down. And he has the right to do that. It's his social media. He's incredibly transparent, as you all know. You hear from him directly on social media. He likes to share memes. He likes to share videos. He likes to
Thank you so
repost
much to
things that he
Stephen
sees
White
other
for the
people post
subscription.
on
God
social
bless you,
media as
Stephen
well.
White.
And I think
Welcome
it's
to the
quite
family.
refreshing that we have a president who is so open and honest, directly himself, many a times on Truth. You are hearing directly from the President of the United States.
And second thing, how did the White House decide that it is appropriate for Jared Kushner to be working on matters that involve Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, 3 countries that combined have given him more than $2.5 billion for his investment firm?
I think it's frankly despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for Jared Kushner, who is widely respected around the world and has great trust in relationships with these critical partners in these countries, to strike a 20-point comprehensive detailed peace plan that no other administration would ever be able to achieve. And so Jared is donating his energy and his time to our government, to the President of the United States, to secure world peace, and that is a very noble thing. And this is a peace plan that has not just been accepted by Israel, but it has been applauded by Muslim and Arab countries around the world. It has been applauded by European leaders around the world. Virtually everyone in the world is supportive of this plan that Jared Kushner offered his time to help put together alongside our special envoy Witkoff, the Vice President, the President of the United States, Secretary Rubio, and the President's entire national security team. We are very proud of that plan, and we hope Hamas will accept it because it will lead to a more peaceful and prosperous Middle East.
Kristen. 2 questions. One, we're talking a lot about these layoffs and hypotheticals, but Speaker Johnson earlier today said that there is a proposal from the White House that House Republicans are expected
I'm gonna go
to
grab
hear
some
this
coffee.
afternoon about the
I don't want to miss the walk-off. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab some coffee. My bad, guys. I've been drinking so much darn coffee. It's insane. I'm on my second pot. Boof, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I always try and search for the truth. Like I said, I'm independent. I don't take no crap from nothing. I'm really just searching for the truth. If I see bullshit, I'm gonna call it out. And yeah. Thank you guys for all the likes. Make sure you guys keep double tapping that screen. Show some love and support. If you're new here, welcome to the See Me Now family. Join the family by hitting the subscribe button and double tapping the screen, and also hitting the notification bell so you can always be a part of every single live stream. Get your name written on the donation wall. I have the marker right here. As you can see, there's names behind me on the wall. It's called the Dono wall. I'm trying to fill up the whole wall around my See Me Now sign with names, so you guys can not only be a part of the journey, but be inside the studio with me as I am here on live on every single live. God bless you guys. Let's continue to go. And in a second, we'll take a minute to get people to donate and see if we can't reach our dono goal. It's any donation can help reach the goal. It's any color. So $1 up.
Mass layoffs. Can you tell us what is in that proposal? What agencies, what programs, what jobs?
What he's referring to is a proposal that our Office of Management and Budget Director, Russ Vought, is going to be proposing to the House Republican Conference. He's going to kind of walk them through what this unfortunately is going to look like so they can discuss it with their constituents back home in their respective districts. So I don't want to get ahead of the Office of Management and Budget, but I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that very soon. Look, we have to put a plan in place. It would be irresponsible of us not to take a look at each and every agency and get an understanding of what we're going to have to do moving forward to do the best we can in the midst of this government shutdown.
Just one more question on Netanyahu. Thanks, Caroline. Just on that point, though, Russ Vought told House members, according to our notice reporting, that rifts would happen in 2 days. Already, we know that some have been sitting out from the U.S.
Welcome back, Royal Gotti. Welcome back. God bless, brother.
Patent Office. So I wonder, one, this administration continues to say that they don't want to lay people off, but obviously there is a plan to lay people off. So what is your message to those people who are getting laid off? And then if the government reopens, will those rifts reverse? Are they not permanent if the government reopens, specifically if it reopens pretty quickly?
Well, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do, and it's because the Democrats have put us into this position. If the Democrats did not...
From my knowledge, Tracy, I think Social Security payments are good. I'm pretty sure Social Security payments to people receiving Social Security is still good. So I think you guys are good on social. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Someone can correct me, but I think Social Security is still good.
Vote to shut down the government, we would not be standing up here talking about layoffs today. We'd be talking about all the other news stories going on in the world in our country. We'd be talking about all of the great things that this administration is doing to uplift Americans across the country. But unfortunately, the Vice President of the United States and I have to come out here today to talk about a government shutdown that the Democrats put us in this position.
And a second question.
Go ahead, Joey.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just trying to clarify the timing of these potential layoffs to federal workers. You said imminent. The Vice President seemed to say in a couple of days. It looks like Russ Vought maybe said in 2 days.
Yes, Social Security checks are going to be coming through. So you're good. No problem for you, Tracy. It's just the EBT and stuff like that, food stamps. But yeah, Social Security is just fine. So no problem. God bless you, Tracy. Hopefully you're subscribed and you're part of the family. Welcome to the See Me Now family. I always try and get the facts out there and chase the truth. So I'm glad you come in here and I could tell you. Because yeah, I know a lot of Americans are worried about stuff like that. So no, you're good. You're good, Tracy.
When would these layoffs begin?
2 days, imminent, very soon. You will expect more announcements right now.
Is it just unclear, or are you waiting?
It's not unclear. All of those things are very synonymous with one another. These rifts are unfortunately going to happen very soon.
And it'll definitely happen.
Caroline, we've been talking about the Affordable Care Act, enhanced premium tax credits, and sort of the politics of it all, right? But this is a very real, tangible impact that American people will feel. The Kaiser Family Foundation says that with the ACA enhanced premium tax credits, without them, premiums will go up 114% on average. 19 million of the 24 million people who rely on the coverage are in states that President Trump won. Is he concerned what will happen to those families if this tax credit expires? And aside from the shutdown, is there a plan to keep those premiums down?
Look, as the Vice President just said, we are more than happy to have this conversation. The President and the Vice President and this team are more than happy to have that conversation with Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill. But it cannot happen right now. Right now, we need to reopen the United States federal government because people are going without pay. You have thousands of federal workers who have to show up to work and not get paid, and that's an unfortunate situation the Democrats have put us in. Then we can discuss this very important issue of healthcare that the president absolutely wants to fix. As I mentioned yesterday, he took But those premiums do not expire until the end of December 21st. But nearly every single Democrat senator voted against this bill. To be clear, this was the exact same bill that Democrats approved 6 short months ago in March, just adjusted for inflation. This is the same kind of clean funding bill that Democrats passed 13 separate times when they held the majority during Joe Biden's administration. So the American people woke up this morning and asked the obvious question: why is the government shut down right now? The answer is pure partisan politics being played by the Democrat Party. The Democrats shut down the government because President Trump and the Republicans will not force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegal aliens. America is $37 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to provide taxpayer-funded free health care to illegals who broke the law to enter our country. To put this all into perspective, the Democrats refused to keep the government open over health care to illegal aliens and now have jeopardized critical health care programs for American citizens instead. The Women, Infants, and Children program, community health center funding, Medicare treatment options, and other health programs are now all at risk because of the Democrats rejecting the clean CR. The most vulnerable in our country are being punished because the Democrats want to prioritize illegals over American citizens. And if Democrats actually cared about health care, they would applaud the actions taken by President Trump just yesterday in the Oval Office. He took a bold and massively popular action to improve our healthcare system. He announced the first agreement with a major pharmaceutical company, Pfizer, to lower drug costs for Americans. This is a historical achievement long sought by past Democrat presidents that only President Trump was able to get done. Also yesterday, while the Democrats were whining about health care for illegal aliens, President Trump signed a powerful executive order to supercharge American AI innovation and unlock cures for pediatric cancer patients in the United States. While President Trump took action to lower drug prices and improve the lives and the care of American children with cancer, again, Democrats are fighting to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. The Trump administration is fully committed to lowering healthcare costs and advancing policies that will save American lives. But right now, we need to keep...
Double tap that screen, guys. All you guys need to do is double tap the screen, get those likes up. Let's try and hit 150 likes. Thank you for the 120. I see we're going up pretty substantially. I appreciate you guys. Or the 115, I mean.
The government open and funded. And individuals and organizations across the political spectrum, across the country, agree with the Trump administration and Republicans. The labor union leader, the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, sent a very blunt message to Democrats over their destructive antics. He said American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the world's largest business organization, called to immediately pass the Republican clean CR, saying, quote, shutdowns are harmful to the economy, the American people, and our national security. And even Democrat Senators Cortez Masto and Fetterman acknowledged that their party is betraying the American people with this costly and chaotic Democrat shutdown. Enough is enough. Democrats need to stop sabotaging our country and holding the American people hostage in the country. Democrats need to do their jobs. The American people want the government reopened, and this is proven in a New York Times poll showing that 2 in 3 Americans say the government should not be shut down by the Democrats, even if their absurd demands are not met.
Exactly.
The president and Republicans are working very hard to reopen the federal government. The vice president here has been crucial in this effort. We encourage all Americans across the country, call your Democrat senators and encourage them to reopen the government. That's what President Trump and the vice president want to do. And with that, I will turn it over to our great vice president, J.D. Vance.
Great. Well, thank you, Carolina, and good afternoon to everybody, and good afternoon to everybody who's watching at home. It's a tough act to follow, but let me just say a few things, and then I'll take a few questions. Number one, Democrats say that they care a lot about lowering health care costs, and yet when the president took historic action to work with the drug companies to lower prescription drug prices, the Democrats did nothing to help us. In fact, we would have loved to have the Democrats helping us, but they didn't. They talk about doing something. They don't actually do the hard work of making it happen. What they have done instead is to shut down the government because we won't give billions of dollars to health care funding for illegal aliens. That is what has actually happened. To the American people who are watching, the reason your government is shut down at this very minute is because, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of congressional Republicans and even a few moderate Democrats supported opening the government, the Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party shut down the government because they said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens. That's a ridiculous proposition. Let me say two other quick things, and then again, I'll take some questions. Number one, we all understand that Democrats and Republicans have policy disagreements. The Democrats want to do things. Look, when Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries were in here a couple of days ago, they made some suggestions that the president was more than happy to say, yes, let's sit down and talk about how we can solve the health care crisis that we inherited from the Biden administration. But it's one thing to say that we should solve the health care crisis for Americans. It's another thing to say that we're going to shut down the government unless we give the Democrats every single thing that they want, which, as Caroline says, includes giving billions of dollars of taxpayer funding for health care for illegal migrants. That's ridiculous. You don't have policy disagreements that serve as the basis for a government shutdown. Let's have the conversation about how to fix American health care, about how to make health care more accessible. As the president showed, he's more than willing to act on behalf of the American people for this very reason. What you don't do is say, unless you do exactly what we want to do as congressional Democrats, we're taking a hostage. And the hostage, it turns out, is critical, essential services that the American people need. Caroline talked about some of it. Let me talk about some more. Our troops are not getting paid starting today because of the Chuck Schumer wing of the Democratic Party. We have people who require food assistance, low-income Americans who require food assistance, who will not get it unless we reopen the government, thanks to Chuck Schumer and his wing of the Democratic Party. We have flood insurance as we start hurricane season in the southeastern part of our country. That flood insurance is going to disappear because of Chuck Schumer and the far left of the Democratic Party. We need to reopen the government. Let's fix America's problems. Let's work together to solve them. But let's reopen the government before we have our negotiation about health care policy. That's what the American people demand, and that's certainly what the President of the United States wants. Let me make one final point. I think a lot of Americans are asking themselves, why did this happen? Why did the Democrats shut down the government despite, as Caroline said, voting on the exact same piece of legislation 6 months ago? And there are a lot of different spins that we can put on it, a lot of different answers that we could give, all of them true. One answer I already gave is that they want to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. That is true. They gave us legislative text that would have undone us cutting off health care benefits for illegal aliens. That's one of the things that they asked for. But the reality here, and let's be honest about the politics, is that Chuck Schumer is terrified she's going to get a primary challenge from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The reason why the American people's government is shut down is because Chuck Schumer is listening to the far left radicals in his own party because he's terrified of a primary challenge. So I'd invite Chuck Schumer to join the moderate Democrats and 52 Senate Republicans, do the right thing, open up the people's government, and then let's fix health care policy for the American people. Questions?
Mr. Vice President.
That's a lot. Matt Boyle.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, there's two key Democrat lies I would like to get your take on and see if you can address. The first is that you're seeing a number of top Democrat leaders, from Kamala Harris to Chuck Schumer to Hakeem Jeffries, claim that it is a Republican shutdown caused by Trump. The second is that they're out there now claiming that they don't want to give health care to illegal aliens. Can you address both of those lies from the Democrat Party?
Yeah, so on the point that it's a Republican shutdown, look, it's obviously a Democratic shutdown. Just look at the vote totals in the House, look at the vote totals in the Senate, and look at the President of the United States' own action and conduct throughout this crisis. Nearly every single House Republican voted to open the government, Matt. Nearly every single Senate Republican voted to open the government last night. And even to their credit, a few moderate Democrats voted to open the government. That's not a Republican shutdown when nearly every single Senate Democrat votes to shut it down and every Republican voted to open it up. It's just obviously not true. Now, you can disagree about a number of things, but you can't disagree about the obvious fact that Republicans voted to open the government. The president stands ready to sign that opening of the government. We just need a few more Democrats to join us in that effort to open the government. Your final question about illegal alien benefits. Look, the text is very clear. And I even saw, I think it was George Stephanopoulos in an interview with Mike Johnson, did a fact check that was totally rooted in baseless claims. It was basically Democrat propaganda. If you look at the legislative text that they gave us, they tried to turn on two separate provisions that would give health care benefits to illegal aliens. Number one, if you're an American citizen, you've been to a hospital in the last few years, you probably noticed that wait times are especially large, and very often somebody who's there in the emergency room waiting is an illegal alien, very often a person who can't even speak English. Why do those people get health care benefits at hospitals paid for by American citizens? The answer is a decision made by the Biden administration that the Trump administration, working with congressional Republicans, undid. We turned off that money spigot to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats, in their legislative text, want to turn it back on. That's one thing. The second thing,
Why don't you
Matt,
turn it on
is we
for our
all
veterans
know
and for
that there
our
are various
Americans?
ways
America
in
first.
which the Biden administration waived away illegal immigration status. They gave parolees, they gave asylum claims to people who weren't really claiming asylum. And when they waved the magic wand of amnesty, giving millions of people legal status even though they were in the country illegally, they also gave those people access to health care benefits. So what the Democrats are engaging in is a sleight of hand. They're saying, no. Those weren't illegal aliens who were getting health care benefits, even though everybody, knows they were in the country illegally. It's a lie told by the Democrats that they're not trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. It's a lie that is obviously untrue if you just look at the text that they gave us. And all you have to do is understand that this is about who benefits. We think the American people's government ought to benefit American citizens. The Democrats are willing to shut it down to benefit illegal aliens. The contrast couldn't be more clear. Peter.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. The big holdup is, of course, that you guys say illegal immigrants are getting taxpayer-funded health care. Democrats say you're lying. That makes it feel like it could be a really long shutdown. Is this going to be a long shutdown?
I don't know. I can't predict what congressional Democrats are going to do, Peter, but I actually don't think it's going to be that long of a shutdown. This is a pure guess from the Vice President of the United States because I think you already saw some evidence that moderate Democrats are cracking a little bit. They understand the fundamental illogic of this. Look, for years, every single one of us, we can remember Barack.
Look, guys, if we're not taking care of our veterans, of our people that were born here that are homeless, that have mental illness, of our people that can't afford simple Medicare or medical care or simple food rights or anything like that, we're not America. We need to be America first. Immigrants can come in, but they need to come in through the right process. They need to come in legally. They're jumping ahead of people that are trying to get in legally. I don't understand why it's such a big question on if we should let people come in legally or illegally. It's obviously there should be a legal process to it, and even immigrants that came in legally will say that. We need to take care of our people, our soldiers, our veterans. We need to make the VA a better freaking system. We need to take care of our homeless people that have mental health issues. We need to take care of our people who are addicted to substances because of the border crisis. We need to take care of our people and our infrastructure.
Obama on the White House lawn. We can remember Chuck Schumer. We can remember, Nancy Pelosi for years. In Chuck Schumer's case, for literally decades, we've heard them say, you don't shut the government down over a policy disagreement. Okay, Republicans think this thing about health care, that thing about health care. Democrats think this thing about immigration. Republicans disagree. Whatever those disagreements are, you don't shut down the government over it. For the first time since the Democrats have been in politics, they're now saying that unless we get every policy item that we demand, we're going to shut down the people's government. They're trying to take a hostage, and we're not going to let them.
And the administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen so it can't go to DEI programs.
I don't think that's true, Jim, because America is the superpower of the world. We dictate everything. So I don't get it.
There. But the timing of this, does announcing that today mean that you guys are going to squeeze Chuck Schumer's home state until he blinks?
Look, I haven't talked to Russ about this morning, but look, I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken about the fact that he is unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. We want to do everything that we can to help the American people, but when the Democrats shut down the government, we have to actually do a little triage to make sure the most critical and most essential services are provided. The government does a lot of things. Of course, Republicans think that the federal government probably does too much, but there are a lot of critical things the federal government does that absolutely all of us would agree need to do. Our troops need to get paid. Our air traffic controllers need to make sure that people are flying safely and on time. We need low-income people to be able to access the food services that are provided by the federal government. There are critical things that need to be saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it, but we're going to do what we have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you.
All right, guys, before we get to this next question, we have 30 minutes left on the super chat goal. Anyone want to get their name on the super chat wall? Go ahead, send in your donations. Send in your super chats. I got the marker right here. I'm trying to fill up the wall around my sign right here with donor names. So get your name on the donor wall by sending in any color of a donation. Get your name on the wall. Get your name on the wall as many times as you send in a donation. I have people on this wall that have their own name on there 3-4 times. So let's take the next 5 minutes to see if anyone wants to send in a super chat or a donation. Show some love and support. Let's get some names on the donor wall. I'm trying to fill this up around the sign. I think it's going to look cool, especially for our studio. I want you guys to be along the journey, and I want you guys to get your name on the wall when you donate. So any color, guys. 15 super chats. Get your name written on the wall as many times as you super chat. As you can see, I have people that are names on here like 4 or 5 times. So are you talking about my sweater? Yeah, my son passed away at 3 months old from SIDS, so I love wearing this sweater because it makes me I don't know, it just makes me feel good and comfortable. So yes, he passed away at 3 months old from SIDS, so I love wearing this sweater because it makes me feel like I'm with him and I miss him. I do have his ashes with my dad's ashes, but all right, guys, let's send some super chats through. If you want to help me with my super chat goal, any color, $1 and above, get your name written on the super chat wall. As you guys can see, I have plenty of names down here on the wall. Many names are written down more than once. So support the channel, support the growth, support the studio upgrades, and support the journey. Support your boy, man. God bless everybody in this chat. It's good to kind of take a little bit of a break on the political commentary from these guys and clear your mind for a second. Much love to everybody, though, guys. God bless you. Jesus is king. Send a super chat through if you want to get your name on the wall. I got the marker right here. Show some love and support. Gotta take some time to plug it, you know. From Eve, $10. Thank you so much, Eve. Since 1980, the deregulation of trucking caused problems. The government allowed illegals to drive under the table. Now freight rates are making trucking nearly unsustainable for owner-operators. Thank you so much, Eve, for the $10. God bless you. I'm gonna write your name down right now. I'm gonna grab my phone so I can actually see the name. So I always have to look back and forth. Thank you, Eve, so much. God bless you, and thank you for your dono. I'm gonna write your name on the wall right now. I want to write it where you can see it. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it right over here. Thank you so much, Eve. And yes, I agree. People don't understand that when the situation is that these people come in and they work under the table, it makes it so us Americans cannot get that job. And it's very unacceptable for us to be doing that to our own citizens. So thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. May God bless you. May it come back to you double time. Jesus is king, and hopefully we can come back to our core values in America and fix what's wrong, because way too many jobs are being taken from Americans, and trucking is one of the industries that a lot of people want to go in, and for jobs to be taken from Americans because of that is just ridiculous. Thank you so much, Eve. That's 1 out of 15, guys. Let's try and get any color any color super chat, $1 to whatever. Hopefully you're subscribed to Eve and a part of the family. Where are you from? Shout it out in the chat. And guys, don't be talking about my people that support me like that. I don't like that. It'll get you out of the chat real quick. So I appreciate that though, Eve. God bless you. All right, guys. Get your name on the super chat wall by sending through just quick super chat, any color. Shout out Utah. Shout out Maine. Shout out Colorado. Get your name written down on the wall like Eve did. Send in a super chat. Any super chat will get your name written down. I'm going to fix your name a little bit, Eve. No, you're good, Zach. Like I said, you guys do not have to super chat. It is not a necessity. I just like to plug it. It helps out the channel, helps out the journey. As you guys know, this is my full-time job, since my job did not appreciate my YouTube channel. So I'm just going all into my passion and my dream. So this is what it is. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. Outside of the eld logs and wait on trailers, the regulation put place incentivize shippers and brokers. Since illegals drive for cheap, it pushes the rates further and further down. Yep. That's what people don't understand. If there's cheap labor coming into America, why would they pay Americans higher wages, you know? They don't understand that. All right, guys, send through your super chats. Any color, get your names written down on the wall. Any color. The bigger the dono, though, the bigger the name your name is written down. I have some of them that are written down huge. $20 dono down there, written down big. Sometimes you just got to take a break from listening to all these speeches and all this political stuff and just take a breath of fresh air. I'd say, I don't know, I'm Republican, I guess, but I like to think of myself as independent. I call out bullshit from both sides. I wouldn't, instead of saying I'm a Republican or a Democrat, I'm going to say I'm an American. I'm America first. I'm an American. And with all the bullcrap going on both sides right now, I don't know what to believe or what I want. The only thing that I know is I want the truth. So that's how I am. But yeah, guys. Make sure you guys go ahead, send your super chats through. Send your super chats through. Get your name written down on the wall. I got the marker right here. I appreciate every single one of you guys, man. You tell that to California, Alan. Yeah, yeah. These blue states or whatever it is, the Democratic states are gonna let them work. God bless you guys, man. Send through your super chats. Send through your super chats. I wonder how I get this to Zoom. I really wish I knew. Let's see. I wonder if I can get it to do it. This camera's supposed to be able to zoom. Or is it like this? I don't know. Send through your super chats, y'all. I wish I knew how to get it to Zoom. I look like an idiot. All right, guys, send through your super chats. We got how much longer on this? We got 20 minutes left on the 15 super chat goal, guys. Any color will get your name on the wall. $1 up. Try and fill up this wall with names. I think it's gonna look dope after it's done. Gotta drink that coffee, right? Show some love and support, you guys. Eve's the only G in the chat. It's not about the amount of people, it's about the quality, right? Much love to you, Eve. Thank you so much for showing some love and support and helping out the channel. I don't ever forget. Send your super chats through now, guys. $1 and above, $1 and above. Get your name written on the wall behind me. We're actually doing pretty good, though. It's actually making some good progress. We got how many? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 names, guys. Wonder how many names my wall will fit, to be honest. I should start writing them a little smaller, but double tap that screen, you guys. Send through your super chats, man. Help me reach my goal. Any color, just $1. You're telling me you ain't got $1? 15. We need 14 more super chats. $1 and above, guys. 20 minutes left. Let's see if we can reach it before we get back onto the videos. Show some love and support, guys. Support your boy. Support your boy. Yeah, I'm e-begging, guys. I'm so e-begging. I'm e-begging. Let's try and hit the 15 super chat goal, guys. Show some love and support. Goodness gracious, my dog got me so hairy. You guys want to see how tall he is? Come here, Zeus. Come here, buddy. Show him how tall you are. Ooh, he's huge. Such a good boy. Yeah, such a good boy, aren't you? Oh, you goodness gracious. Oh, you like those ears done, huh? Oh. Oh my goodness. I'm 6'2", so you guys can see how kind of big he is. Oh goodness. Oh. Big boy. Yeah, such a big boy. Oh, you good boy. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's like he's holding us to ransom, really. I'm not holding you ransom either. You guys are just amazing. Thank you for the compliment on my dog, but I'm not holding anybody for nothing. See, Eve, she donated. She's a supporter. It's called people who just support you. Oh, now he's yelling at me. Let's go outside. First of all, if I'm streaming for 5 hours, I'm gonna take a minute to kind of, have people support the channel. I mean, if you have a channel that's going up hundreds of subscribers a week, you're gonna do the same thing, right? So Eve, I salute you. Thank you for supporting the channel. God bless. I'm making things up and spreading lies is all I'm doing. Okay. I suppose, right? That's what I'm doing. Okay. Can you tell me, tell me a lie? Tell me a lie I spread. Tell me one lie. Tell me one lie I spread during this whole stream. I bet you can't. You don't know how to use PayPal? You just click Super Chat, and then whatever payment method you use is whatever payment method you use. It's not PayPal. It's on the... Click the little $sign down at the bottom of the screen to the right, and that's how you Super Chat. We have had a crash in Florida, Texas, and Oregon in the last month due to illegal immigrants driving big rigs doing stupid shit on the road. Yeah. I seen videos of that on Twitter or X. It's unfortunate. There was that big crash too, wasn't it? One of them. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna let the dogs out. Give me 1 second. Come on, guys. Go outside. Checkpoints and logbooks. And I'm spreading lies. How am I spreading a lie, bro? Like, you're tripping. But yeah, guys, you just click the $1 at the bottom. Any payment method you choose to use is up to you. It doesn't matter. I'm not even asking. It's not like I'm saying, send me $10, $50. I literally, because I know times are hard and I don't expect anything, but I'm still going to, ask for support on the channel. I put it to any color. Literally $1 and up. So, okay. Yeah, guys, we got 15 minutes left on the super chat goal. Well, 14 minutes, 30 seconds. Show some love and support, man. I'm moderate. I just search for the truth. I don't even really have an opinion on a lot of things besides what the truth is. I'm not going to comment on something that's most likely false, But Eve is correct. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for everybody. The purpose. I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Assalamu alaikum. Eve, Ian Carroll did a really good documentary deep dive on the trucking business. Go watch it. Really interesting. He's talking exactly about what you're talking about. We've been live for 4 hours, 51 minutes, guys. Come on, show some love. $1 and up, y'all. 1 out of 15 done. Eve, you're the real G in the chat. 13 minutes left. Show some love and support. Now you work in the truck industry. Come on, guys. 10 more minutes left. Show some love and support. Not asking much. Only $1 and up. 15. Welcome back, Appalachia TV. Nothing much. Just taking the last 10 minutes of this super chat goal to see if we can't reach 15. It's only $1 and up. So people out here telling me I'm e-bagging, which is crazy. I could show them my bank account right now. There's no need to e-bag. But of course, you're going to ask for support when you're streaming freaking 10 hours a day. Shout out you, Appalachia. Oops. After this 10 minutes, we'll get back to a little bit of the video, and then I'm going to get off in about half hour. So show some love and support, guys. It's only $1 and up. Let's try and hit our 15 super chat goal. $1 and up, $1 and up. Hit the dollar at the bottom of the screen. Donate $1. Get your name written on the wall behind me. Get your name written on the wall behind me. Just like Eve did, get your name written on the wall behind me. Any super chat that comes in. I agree, Appalachia. I'm not going to be on here for 7 hours and not like plug myself and say, hey, get on the super chat wall, send in an email. And if I was really e-begging, I'd put it at $10 up only. I don't, dude, seriously. But I appreciate that, bro. I know I got a lot more supporters than I do haters, that's for sure. If you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong, right? Come on, guys. Send your super chats through $1 and up, guys. Get your name written on the wall behind me. I got the Sharpie right here. Eve just got her name written down, as you can see right over here. Oh, I don't even have the thing going. Hold on, let me turn on the tracking. There we go. Right over here, Eve got her name written down. Can I go like this? No. %, forever. All right, guys, come on. 10 more minutes left. 9 minutes, 46 seconds. 14 more super chats. $1 and up. Get your name written down on the wall. Show some love and support, y'all. So far, Eve is the only supporter. God bless. I'm going to go grab something real quick. Come on, y'all. $1 and up, man. Hit the dollar at the bottom of your screen. Send a super chat. Get your name written on the mic or on the wall, not the mic. You like the new webcam, Appalachia? New webcams. Awesome. 8 minutes, 20 seconds, guys. Come on, y'all. Show some love and support. Again, Eve, thank you so much for the super chat. And again, thank you myself for the super chat as well. I super chatted myself earlier. Thanks, bro. I know it's ultra 4K. I'm super happy about it. I mean, I could show my gains and everything. I can show my gains. I can show everything. And it tracks you. Ooh. 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 Yeah, bro. Like I said. Oh, yeah. I got to get that Discord going. That's right. I'll get that going. Holy, I look a little buff on screen, huh? All right, guys. Come on now. Can we get a couple more super chats to get names written on the wall? Show some love and support. Get your name on the donor wall. Get your name on the donor wall by sending any color super chat. Just wrote Eve down. Thank you, Eve, for the $10. Welcome in, Kim. Hope you're having a fantastic day. God bless you. No, it's like it's called a OS bot, OBS bot. I'll go get the box. I'll show you. Makes me look good though. My wings look good. My lats. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's the OBS bot. But yeah, guys, come on now. We got 6 minutes left on the super chat goal, man. Send through your super chats. Get your name written on the donor wall, y'all. Show some love and support. Help grow the channel. Help us along the journey by sending in your donations and show some love and support. Yeah, my brother got it for me, bro. It's awesome. Only for like $100 something bucks, it's not a bad camera. Oh shit. Oops. Excuse me. Send through your super chats, guys. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Get your name written down on the donor wall. 5 minutes. Yeah, I got a good family, man. I only surround myself around loyal people. It's not about the amount of people. It's about the quality and the numbers, you know? Come on, y'all. Show some love and support, man. 5 minutes. Only $1 and up. It's not like I'm asking for $50 each super chat. Any super chat, get your name on the wall. I just set a goal to make it fun. Let's go. Show some love and support. I know how hard it is out there, though, so I understand. They have my sympathy, but will not weaponize empathy. I agree with that, Eve, 100%. Eve, you have a smart head on your shoulders. And these are the type of people that I love having on my channel and being a part of the family and subscribing. And I love growing my channel with you guys that have these mindsets, because these are the mindsets that help America get great again. Four more minutes, y'all. Get your name written down on the super chat wall. I got the marker right here. Get your name written down on the donor wall. You can't get the link to open. The Streamlabs link you can copy and paste into your browser and donate through there. Or at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little $sign with a rectangle around it. Just click that and send a super chat that way as well. YouTube does take a brutal 30%. So if you copy and paste the Streamlabs link into your browser, I get the full amount. But whatever works for you is fine. Again, it's a blessing. Anything other than a subscription and the like is a blessing. I gotta get back to the gym. My back's been killing me, but I gotta get there. Gotta get myself a little bit bigger, right? 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. No, thank you, Kim. No problem. Eve, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the family. I'm glad to have you here. Make sure you guys, when you subscribe, hit the notification bell so you can be here in every stream. I really love having the supporters and the people who are like-minded in the stream, because it makes it a lot easier when I have to deal with these liberals and people who are coming in here with hateful speech, like yesterday when I was told that I was a waste of life. Which, why would you tell me that? And I'm not even mean in my streams. I don't even say that much outlandish things, but I guess yeah. Make people mad. Two minutes left, you guys. Oh, I agree 100%, Eve. I agree. It's scary where our country's going. Very, very scary. But, all right, we got 2 minutes left, guys. Then we'll get back to the stream. I'm going to get off in about a half hour here, about 20 minutes or so. I appreciate everybody being in here and showing love and support. You guys are the reason why I am motivated every day, because I continue to grow this community of awesome people who are like-minded and who put America first and who are God-loving people. It's the most important thing. Get your name written down on the super chat wall, guys. Name written down on the super chat wall. Oop. Get your name written down on the super chat wall, guys. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Anyone else want? Well, you guys can get your name written down on the super chat wall after this ends too. I think it's fun to set goals and to try and achieve them, but it's not a big deal. We should all, if whenever we reach our goals, like if we do set super chat goals and we reach them, we should make something happen. Like we should do something to make it fun. Thank you to everybody who does support the channel, though. You guys help it grow. We've been growing very substantially ever since we started this channel. We're just going to continue to go up. I can't wait to have that silver play button behind me. It's going to be awesome. Oh, sit down here. Yeah, they don't do anything but make themselves more rich. That's for sure. All right, guys. Thank you, Eve, for being the only one who donated in the goal. I appreciate you so much. God bless you. Yeah, so let's see what else we should cover. We've been covering the EBT situation, the government shutdown. I think we've hit all topics for today.
For being here. Yesterday, President Trump said, as a result of the shutdown, we'll be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they are going to be Democrats. Has the administration asked agencies to target federal workers who they believe to be Democrats in these reductions of forces?
We're not targeting federal agencies based on politics. We're targeting the people's government so that as much as possible of the essential services can continue to function. That is the question the president has asked the entire government, is fundamentally, okay, we're in a shutdown. That causes some problems. The troops aren't getting paid. There's nothing that we can do about that while the government is shut down. But there are essential services that we want to make sure as much as possible they still continue to function. That is the principle that's driving us forward during this shutdown. It's going to continue to be the principle that drives us forward. But let's be honest. If this thing drags on for another few days or, God forbid, another few weeks, we are going to have to lay people off. We're going to have to save money in some places so the essential services don't get turned off in other places. That is the reality of the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer and Democrats have foisted.
I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you for the subscription, Kim. and Eve, welcome to the See Me Now family. God bless you. Don't forget to hit the notification bell because guess what? Then you'll always know when I go live. By the way, guys, don't be afraid to become a member. Join the See Me Now Army. I do have memberships open as well. So if you guys want to become a member, a monthly member, and have membership-only streams, once we get enough members, join the movement. Join the See Me Now movement by becoming a member monthly for $4.99 or $9.99. You can either be a See Me Now soldier or a See Me Now general.
Upon the administration.
So what did he
Phil.
mean by they're going to be Democrats? He said they're going to be Democrats.
You've laid out a lot of the pain and problems that would come with a Democratic shutdown, and yet in the Oval Office yesterday, the president said that a lot of good could come from a shutdown. So square that circle. Which is it, a Democratic-caused crisis or a Republican opportunity for reform?
Well, I think all the president is saying, Phil, is that he wants to make sure the American people's government functions as well as it can, despite the fact that we're in a shutdown. We're going to have to make things work. And that means that we're going to have to triage some certain things. That means certain people are going to have to get laid off. And we're going to try to make sure that the American people suffer as little as possible from this shutdown. That's what the president is saying, is that, yes, this is a bad thing. Obviously, the president is trying to reopen the government, but we're going to make things work as well as we possibly can, given the constraints that we have.
And then on those policy differences for the discussion and the negotiations to come later, during the Biden administration, Democrats twice voted to expand these Affordable Care Act tax credits. But those were supposed to be temporary, and they were slated to expire at the end of the year. As you sort of crack the door open to negotiation at a later date, would the party that ran on defunding Obamacare really negotiate about potentially expanding Obamacare?
Well, Phil, what we've said to the Democrats is that we're willing to have a conversation about how to ensure that Americans continue to have access to health care. And frankly, they should have access to better health care at a lower cost. We inherited a mess of a health care system from the Biden administration. It's why the president has worked so hard on the most favored nation status for prescription drugs. It's why we care so much about lowering the cost of prescriptions and why we're doing everything else. We're willing to have that conversation. But I think it's important to bracket the health care policy conversation because it's separate from the government shutdown. We think that we can open the government and then have the conversation about what best health care policy to fit the needs of the American people. That's all we're trying to do. That's all we're trying to accomplish. We've got to reopen the government first. Now, Caroline, I don't know how you do this, how you actually choose people, because I don't know 90% of the names in here. Is it just who's the best dressed? Okay, I really like your shirt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You are President of the Senate. Can you talk about what you're doing, what the administration is doing to try to get other Senate Democrats to vote to open the government?
Yeah, we're talking to a number of our colleagues, Democratic and Republican, in the Senate. I talked to a number of them last night. The president, of course, is talking to them as well. I think there really are two categories of demands that I've seen privately from congressional Democrats. I think on the one hand, those who are negotiating in good faith are saying, look, we just want to make sure that we're able to have a conversation with the administration about some of the critical needs that we see that need to get fixed over the next few months. We recognize it's kind of absurd, and a lot of them will admit in private that it's kind of absurd to shut down the people's government over these disagreements, but just agree to negotiate with us in good faith on these issues, and of course we're having that conversation with them. Then there's another category, people who say, give us everything we want or we're going to keep the government shut down. We just write those people off because they're not negotiating in good faith. And frankly, we don't need them. We've already got 3 more Democrats last night than I thought we would get. And I think it's because they recognize the illogic of the position of taking the entire American economy hostage because they don't get their policy priorities. So 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Republicans last night. We need 5 more in order to reopen the government. And that's really where we're going to focus, is how to get those 5 additional Democrats.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. First 2 questions. Are there plans to meet Democratic leaders again in the coming days, or are you planning on plucking off senators one by one?
So that's the whole question?
No, I got a second part.
Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer.
I saw.
Recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even, poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the President of the United States about that. Now, to your first question, are we negotiating one-on-one? Are we negotiating in groups? Look, I will go to the U.S. Capitol right now and meet with Chuck Schumer or any Senate Democrat if it helps us reopen the government. Most of the conversations, in my experience at least, have been one-off. We're also, of course, relying on some of our Senate Republican colleagues who have good relationships across the aisle. We're going to do whatever we have to do is the answer. And I think it's tough to predict what shape this negotiation is going to take over the next few months. But I feel good about the fact that Democrats already realize privately the fundamental irrationality of their position. I hope that they're going to publicly acknowledge it and reopen the government. The guy in the back, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You responded to a post on X of Chuck Schumer on the House floor back in 1996, railing against illegal immigrants receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. You said Chuck Schumer once recognized that it was disastrous to give illegal aliens rewards for breaking the law. Now he wants to shut down the government unless we reward illegal aliens for breaking the law. Why has Chuck Schumer changed his stance?
You know, that's a good question. Actually, it's a very tough question. Asking me to get in the head of Chuck Schumer is not a place I particularly want to be, but my basic read on it.
What they should ask is, why is Tom Blanche holding Donald Trump back? He's getting fired soon, I'm telling you. Blocking indictments and stuff.
Is that the entire Democratic Party, the political leadership, not every Democrat nationwide, but the political leadership of their party has got it into their heads that the only way to be compassionate is to be compassionate to illegal aliens rather than American citizens. If you go back to what Bill Clinton was saying, even Barack Obama in some cases, what he was saying about illegal immigration 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would put them on the MAGA right based purely on their rhetoric around illegal immigration. So I don't know why they've gone so far to the left. I think it's bad for the country. I think it's bad for them politically. But our principle, all I can do is speak for the president that I serve and the country, the administration that I serve right now. We believe that the American people's government exists for the American people. That means the people who have the legal right to be here, and that's why we're fighting to reopen the government. And unfortunately, the Democrats are fighting to shut it down for the benefit of illegal aliens. Yeah, and I'll take a couple more, and then I'll let Caroline. I'll go back to my day job, so Caroline can go back to hers.
He's supposed to storm off stage at some point, so I don't know when that's going to be.
Just going back to the sombrero. You said that the president is joking, but Hakeem Jeffries says that these memes were racist. What's your response to that? And just if I may briefly go off topic, Secretary Hegseth yesterday made an edict about no more beardos in the military. Just wondered what.
Sorry, what did he say?
No more beardos. Beards. Oh, sorry, it's my accent. Just wondered your response to that.
I didn't see that particular comment. I thought Pete gave a hell of a speech, and a speech that really is just oriented around returning the American military to the very high standards that it has had for virtually its entire history until Joe Biden came along and decided to lower standards. I think it was bad for our military, and it was bad for our troops. When I was a young United States Marine, I did not have a beard. I am now the vice president, so I get to do what I want to do. But I think Pete's trying to re-implement high standards, and that's a very good thing.
Again, just because the goal is over, if you guys want to get your name written down on the donor board or on the donor wall behind me, go ahead and send through any color super chat. I'm trying to fill up this wall behind me with names. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. It is almost Halloween. What are you guys going to do for Halloween? Are you going to party, take your kids trick-or-treating, or just kick it? Personally, to me, I'm taking my kids trick-or-treating, stealing half their candy, and then I'm just going to kick it.
Rare thing. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist, and I know that he said that, and I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican American that is offended by having a sombrero meme? I mean, I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and then say, this is AI generated. And he had like the curly animated mustache too. It's like, do you really not realize the American people recognize that he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animation mustache? Like, give the country a little bit of credit. We're all trying to do a very important job for the American people. The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it, and I think that's okay. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President, in every previous shutdown, workers have been furloughed, not laid off. So why does the president want to fire some workers and not just furlough them? Why is this shutdown any different?
Well, first of all, we haven't made any final decisions about what we're going to do with certain workers. What we're saying is that we might have to take extraordinary steps, especially the longer this goes on. We're going to have to take extraordinary measures to ensure the people's government operates, again, not perfectly, because it's not going to operate perfectly in the midst of a shutdown, but operate as well as it possibly can. And I think that the Democrats, if they're so worried about the effect this is having on the American people, and they should be, what they should do is reopen the government, not complain about how we respond to the fact that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have shut down the government in the first place. Thank you all.
Also said he's going to target some benefits, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Should
See you
Americans
guys.
be prepared for their benefits to be cut as well?
All right, guys. Well, let's let the fun continue. The Vice President's a very busy man, and I'm happy to take some more questions. I know there's more news today. Aside from the shutdown, we can focus on the shutdown if you want, but let's go ahead. Kate, why don't you start?
The president talked about doing things that he said were irreversible during the shutdown, cutting vast numbers of people, he said, and cutting programs. Can you specify what exactly he was referring to, what's on the table, and what's going to be cut?
Look, I think the Vice President just referred to this in some of the answers that he gave regarding the layoffs. There are unfortunate consequences to a government shutdown, and the federal government is not receiving any cash at the moment, and so the Office of Management and Budget has been tasked with looking over the receipts and looking over the budget of the entire federal bureaucracy, and as the Vice President said, determining what needs to continue to go out the door and what can we continue to keep running and what unfortunately is going to have to come to an end. So those decisions are being made, and unfortunately layoffs are very likely, as the Vice President just said, going to be a part of that.
And has the White House had any direct response from Hamas, from the peace proposal that was laid out? The president said he would give 3 or 4 days, but is there a hard deadline now, or what are the next steps here?
I will reiterate what the President of the United States said, 3 or 4 days, and I can tell you that there are some very sensitive discussions that are taking place, but I certainly don't want to get ahead of any announcement at this podium. I'm going to let Special Envoy Witkoff and the President of the United States handle that.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First of all, following up on that, the president said yesterday, I believe, within 3 or 4 days he wanted to hear an answer from Hamas. Is he still sticking by that timeline?
Yes, as I just confirmed.
Then second question is a comment that's gotten a lot of global attention. Senator Dick Durbin, he was set to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Catholic Church. He's since declined accepting it because there has been some controversy. Pope Leo commented on this, and he said that someone who says I'm against abortion, but I'm in agreement with the inhumane treatment of immigrants in the United States, I don't know if that's pro-life. You've been very open about your Catholic faith. How do you respond to that?
I would reject there is inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the United States under this administration. There was, however, significant inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the previous administration as they were being trafficked and raped and beaten, and in many cases killed, over our United States southern border. You also look at the inhumane treatment at the hands of some of these illegal immigrants that took place under the previous administration as well. Laken Riley comes to mind, a beautiful American citizen who was killed at the hands of an illegal immigrant. So this administration is trying to enforce our nation's laws in the most humane way possible, and we're upholding the law, and we're doing that on behalf of the people of our country who live here.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. What is the level of concern that the administration has regarding a protracted government shutdown in terms of its impact on the U.S. economy and also its impact on small businesses as well?
Well, look, this government shutdown is no doubt going to impact everyday Americans, and it is the fault of the Democrats that we are in this position. And I know I relayed some programs that will be impacted, the Vice President did as well, but I just want to make sure the American public understand what the Democrats have done to our government and our country. 1.3 million active duty troops will work now without pay. Critical food assistance for low-income women, infants, and children will now lapse. No new mothers or children are allowed to join this critical program because of the Democrats' decision to shut down the government. Telehealth services for seniors and in-home treatment options for Medicare patients will now come to an end. Nearly 50,000 members of the United States Coast Guard are going to have to work unpaid. Over 13,000 air traffic controllers will work without pay, as well as TSA agents, which will very likely create flight disruptions. And pay will now stop for over 150,000 federal law enforcement officers. These are not just numbers and statistics. These are real Americans who have families at home. And I saw some Democrat members today saying they're still going to accept their paychecks because they have 3 kids at home and they have mouths to feed. Well, so do these federal workers who those same Democrats just voted to shut down the government and turn off their pay. And we believe that's very unfair, and it's why the administration wants to see the government reopened.
GDP growth fell by about half a percentage point during the last government shutdown during the president's first term. Are you expecting a similar type of impact on GDP growth related to this potential protracted government shutdown?
Well, look, I think it's dependent upon how long this shutdown continues. So it's dependent on how long it takes Democrats to muster up the coverage, 5 of them, to vote in the best interest of our country, our citizens, and our economy. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. Yesterday, your administration took a 5% stake in Lithium Americas and a stake in the mine that they're working on, and you've taken stakes in other companies and revenue streams from other companies. Can you articulate the broader principle here? When does the administration see it as appropriate to demand equity stakes or revenue streams from American companies? And what other companies are you going to be demanding those from?
Well, look, this is a creative solution by the President of the United States to tackle our nation's crippling debt crisis. As I said earlier, we are $37 trillion, trillion with a T, in debt. And not only is the president effectively utilizing tariffs to bring in massive amounts of revenue, and there's billions of dollars coming in every month. I know you know that, even because you cover it on CNBC quite well. So the president is focused on how can the United States government make more money? How can we make our country wealthy and rich again? And cutting some of these unique creative deals with companies around the world and here at home is just one way the president is seeking to do that. And I know the Department of Energy just announced this new deal. It's another great deal for the American people and our government.
And on Lisa Cook,
Sure, go ahead.
Lisa Cook,
Yeah.
the Supreme Court said today that she's going to be allowed to stay at the Federal Reserve Board until oral arguments in January. Does the president have any personal reaction to that? This has been something he's been very intent on.
Look, we have respect for the Supreme Court, but they're going to hear the actual case and make a determination on the legal argument in January. And we look forward to that because we maintain that she was fired well within the president's legal authority to do so. She was removed from the board, and we look forward to that case being fully played out at the Supreme Court. Reagan.
Caroline, I have one for you on EJ and Tony and one on the shutdown.
Sure.
CNN reported that Collins and Murkowski declined to meet with EJ and Tony, raising concerns that his nomination was in trouble. I'm wondering what message Collins and Murkowski are sending to the White House by not meeting with one of the president's nominees.
Well, look, EJ Antony remains a great ally of the president and our team. It became clear, unfortunately, that he was not going to have the votes, and so we will be announcing a replacement nominee very soon.
And on the shutdown, I'm just wondering how soon you could see cuts to the federal workplace, and if there's a specific agency that will experience the most cuts or be focused.
Unfortunately, because the Democrats shut down the government, the president has directed his cabinet, and the Office of Management and Budget is working with agencies across the board to identify where cuts can be made, and we believe that layoffs are imminent. They are, unfortunately, a consequence of this government shutdown. Ed.
So you talk about the layoffs being imminent.
Yeah, bro, I can't get Discord to work, so I'll figure something out. I'll just have to try more tonight because, yeah, it's hurting my head. I couldn't get it to work, so yeah. But yeah, America first, y'all. Much love to everybody. If you want to get your name written down on the super chat wall, go ahead and send through any color super chat. Don't matter. Trying to fill up the wall behind me. I think it's coming along. You can see some names behind me. Much love to everybody, man.
Is there a percentage then of reduction that the White House is looking for of workforce?
I don't have a specific percentage for you.
Can I ask what about China, if I could? So China has not made one soybean purchase this year for the United States. I talked to a farmer yesterday who has about 1,000 acres in Iowa and says this is just killing her. Now, the president has been talking to President Xi. Could China not buying agriculture affect a possible meeting with the president? Would he not meet with Xi because China has refused to buy soybeans from the U.S.?
Look, I don't want to speak for the
Yeah, I think we watched this shit already, didn't we? Like,
that we have a president who is so open and honest directly himself many a times on
are they just replaying stuff or what? Because we literally just watched that, so she never stormed off. Is this like repeat or what? What's this fool doing?
You are hearing directly from the president.
For his investment firm.
I think it's frankly despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for.
We watched that shit. Excuse my language.
Topics one after the other: healthcare, and then tariffs.
Mr. President, open enrollment will begin across the country on Saturday, and many have already received notice of new sky-high premiums, including, by the way, that notices that went out to my fellow Vermonters. And many across the country will log onto the market
with respect.
Yeah, we watched that too. Sorry, I'm just looking for some stuff here. It said it was live, so that's why I was like, oh shit, let's watch it. It said it was live, so I don't know. This is that ruling that he issued for Tyler Robinson, so.
Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Will the parties please enter their
I'm
appearance?
sure everybody watched this. Let me know in the chat if you watch this, man. I'm probably gonna get off here anyway. We went over everything, so I'm kind of just beating the dirt at this point. I'm pretty sure Candace is gonna be going live at 4. I won't be on though. We'll just cover it tomorrow. I'm sure she's gonna keep dropping bombshells every single live, right? It doesn't say anything scheduled. Maybe she isn't going live today. I don't know. Doesn't she usually go live like every day? 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah. She's been going live most every day, so I don't know. 132 likes. You guys are the bomb. Thank you. Bruh. Listen to this, guys.
If I came in your house with all my bags, picking out all your food, deep freezer, snacks, your grandmama's milk, and everything, what you gonna do? I'm curious. What you gonna do if I was to walk in your house and go grocery shopping in your shit? If I came...
What are you guys' thoughts on that? I just want to get you guys' thoughts on that, and then I am out of here. That's what I said, Marlene. That's what I said. I was like, straight up, I said, blast you. Allegedly. I mean, it'd be self-defense, right? Or like, home invasion defense. That's what y'all think, man. What would you do? No, I'm just playing. Yeah, I thought I'd show that. I mean, there's just a lot of crazy videos going on online right now. I was going to show a different one, but then I figured that'd be the one to show because the other one was kind of, yeah. But anyways, I hope you guys have a good day, man. I'm going to get off. I've been live for almost 6 hours, so I'll be live again tomorrow, man. Try and go live Monday through Friday, so hopefully everybody has a good day, man. God bless you guys. Thank you for sticking around me, Appalachia. I'll figure something out for the Discord. I'm going to figure that out. We'll get there. But anyways, I hope you all are having a great day, man, and continue on with the great day. And make sure you have the notification bell hit so you can be here next stream. And yeah, man, this tree outside keeps turning more yellow and orange. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Anyways, y'all have a good day, man. God bless you guys. I'll see you guys later. Tomorrow again. I don't know what time I'll go live. I don't really have a set time for the morning. Just catch me when you catch me. Try and set it at 10, but today I went live at like 9:30, so I don't know.